It worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Where do you go to? 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 Go to? Where do you go to? Where do you go to? When you leave my mind's eye. When you leave my mind's eye. Yeah, where do you go to? 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 When you leave my mind's eye. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Where do you go? Where do you go? Where do you go when I close my eyes? Where do you go? Where do you go? Where do you go when I stop thinking about you? Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. This world is all about me. This world is all about me. This world is, but if I be the one, but if I be the one imagining everything. Why can't I imagine a better world? Why can't I imagine a better world? Why can't I imagine a better world? Because I'm a solipsistic crazy fucker living in a world where only I exist. I'm a dumb cunt. I'm a solipsistic crazy bastard dumb cunt. I'm a solipsistic crazy bastard dumb cunt. I can't even imagine a better world than this. No way, I can't even imagine a better world than this. I'm a solipsistic crazy bastard dumb cunt. I'm a solipsistic bastard crazy dumb cunt. I can't even imagine a better world than this. No way, I can't even imagine a better world than this. I'm a solipsistic bastard crazy dumb cunt.
Yes, hello, folks. We will start soon. Don't worry, we're just waiting for somebody to join. They will be along soon. Don't worry. Do not fret. Do not fret. The link is in the live chat if you want to join to start the show.
Yeah. I mean, do you ever, like, take a look around at all the people around you and just look at their faces and their expressions and, you know, the way they're walking and where they're going and what they're doing, and just think, you know, to yourself, deep shit, we're all in deep shit. Deep shit, we're all in deep shit. Deep shit. Deep shit. Deep shit. Sometimes you might be, you know, walking around on a sunny day, but you're walking around, you're traipsing along a very, very thin layer of hardened shit, hardened excrement. It's a very thin layer on top of a never-ending hole. A never-ending hole of deep shit. Deep shit. And you know, it's inevitable one day cracks are gonna appear in that crust, and, well, the truth is, you're gonna fall into the deep shit. Deep shit. Deep shit, yeah, deep shit. Deep shit. So yeah, you're gonna end up in the deep shit. You're gonna suffocate. You're gonna be drowning in the deep shit. There's no escape. There's no escape from the deep shit. It's gonna fill every orifice. The last thing you ever see will be the shit against your eyes. Deep shit. Deep shit. Deep shit. We're all in deep shit. Shit. Deep shit. Deep shit. We're all in deep shit. 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 La 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 la. Looking out at everything, trying to see what it all means. All the noise and all the light. Something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis, enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and find Gnosis. Take a view. No one has the answer. Maybe none of this is true. No one's coming with a guide. No one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part. Every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air. Something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis. Step inside. What is going on? No more place to hide. Come and find Gnosis. Take a seat. Say what's on your mind. Let the unknown
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I do hope you are exceedingly well. This is the Finding Gnosis show once again. We are trying to find out just what exactly is going on in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing together, and what exactly it is that we are meant to be doing whilst we are here. And one of the things I think about quite a lot is that we spend a lot of our lives engaged with commerce, with the corporation, whether that's buying and selling things, providing services, working in jobs, being mesmerized and seduced by advertising. Also, just walking around town, they're everywhere. There's businesses here, there, everywhere. Sorry, Coog, I'm just going to mute you one moment. There's businesses here, there, and everywhere affecting the landscape, maybe even polluting. Causing all manner of things, good and bad, all over the place. We live in a world of business, and that's what we're thinking about tonight. Entire industries existing around us, jobs, businesses, corporations, products, services, all competing for your time, your money, and your attention. But I don't think we actually ask a very simple question that I believe we should ask. And we should ask it very, very often. And that is, should all of these businesses actually exist? Should all of these businesses that we see around the place, around the world, that we buy from in our day-to-day lives, that we see on television and on the internet advertising to us, that we drive by, that we walk by on the street, should all of it actually exist? And should it exist, not just because it makes money, not just because we perceive them as being normal, because we probably haven't questioned it before, but, what's the utility of these enterprises? If we look closely, are the jobs they create, are the products and services they create, the buildings, the output, whether that's the products and services or the pollution, the unhappy workers, or whatever it may be, the unhappy consumers in some cases, whatever the output these businesses cause, are they worth it? Is it worth it? And if it's not so clear, perhaps we can dive into it more, because some of what they do might be very unnecessary. It might be even wasteful. It might be harmful. And what should we do with that? I mean, people like to crow on about the free market, but maybe it's time to clamp down and bring the shutters down on some sectors of the business world. Or do we just accept that if something exists in the market, it has the right to exist no matter what the outcomes are? Should we be asking harder questions about what kind of a world we're actually building and allowing to exist, what we're spending our lives contributing to? Because if your job doesn't really help anyone, or worse, if your job is enabling things to get worse, what does that mean for the people doing these jobs? And what does it mean for the rest of us who support it, who buy from these businesses, often without even thinking about it? I don't know where the line is, guys, but I think it's worth asking which jobs, which businesses, which products and services should actually exist and which shouldn't. That is the topic of today's show. Hopefully it will prove an interesting conversation. Let's see where we go with this. Guys, the link is below the video in the description. Do click on it if you want to join the panel. At the moment, we have Brother Kugaduma and Sister Fatima. Welcome. Kugaduma, I'm going to go to you first. The topic of the show, which businesses, jobs, products, and services shouldn't exist? Is this a question worth thinking about, Kugaduma? The floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you for having me on the show. Which businesses should not exist? My quick answer is all of them. And to the other side of the same coin, which ones should exist? And the answer is nothing. We've overstretched. We've overreached. We are in overshoot. everything must halt. Everything must cease. It will be painful and humiliating, and we're going to suffer, and it's going to be a horror show, and it doesn't matter. It has to end. All of it. The pubs, the restaurants, the tax consultants, all of it has to end immediately with immediate effect. Yesterday would have been best.
Wow. And can you care to tell us why that is, Kukudima, for the uninitiated?
Certainly. So the problem is civilization as we now know it, which is all the things you know, and a lot of things you don't know, but you simply accept as being real or necessary. Civilization as we now know it is a heat engine. It runs on fossil fuels completely for every single thing everybody does all the time, including every thought you have, even the thoughts that you think are original or not. Everything is derivative of fossil fuel consumption. Everything. Food, water, everything. Medicine, education, housing, clothing, security, politics, religion, all of it. 100% derivative of fossil fuel consumption. All the time, every day. And we can't continue to do that. Fossil fuel consumption is releasing CO2 emissions into the atmosphere, enhancing the greenhouse effect, which, while natural and necessary, is now out of balance. The Earth's energy imbalance is now lethal, and we are going into a period of time that can only be described correctly as an absolute hellscape. And we will perish. Our institutions will be annihilated. We will annihilate them ourselves. They will annihilate each other. And then we will probably revert to cannibalism. And everything you think is sacred and eternal is about to come crashing down around your head. Nothing can go forward from here. Nothing should go forward. Everything should halt rapidly, quickly. And once the halt has happened, perhaps in the ashes of all that bullshit, we can somehow, like the phoenix, pull ourselves back together and start over without annihilating more than 99% of humanity, is why.
Wow. Guys, you may be shocked to hear what Kukudima has just said, but don't worry, we will dive into it further in a moment. I'm just going to ask Fatima to come into the conversation. Fatima, what do you think of the topic of today's show? Which businesses, jobs, products, and services shouldn't exist? Is this something you spend time thinking on? If not, either way, it doesn't really matter. Just give us your opinion on the topic of tonight's show and what you feel the answers are.
Of course, yes. How is everyone doing? Well, I think Doomer pretty much just kind of stole. Like, I largely agree with him that I don't think like any business should exist. Honestly, there's no ethical consumption under like the free market, the capitalism, right? So I believe that. But in my own personal opinion, I would go after like OnlyFans or like just like the general stuff like that. Yeah, I would go after those kind of things because I think that's just like a degrading people largely. And like I know I sound like a Puritan, but like you can also look at it through like a non-religious point of view, it's psychologically like being in that kind of world of just I guess like a pornography in general, like at least the industry, right? Like it does have some elements on like your psyche. So yeah.
Thank you for that. Kukudima, now you said something what many will deem controversial and impractical, perhaps too fantastic to make sense. Kukudima, do you not think that there's an argument to be stated that we must keep some businesses running in order to achieve your aims, or trying to perhaps lessen the damage that the other businesses have caused? I mean, surely there's some businesses that have some utility.
Okay, I'm going to make a subtle argument here, but the subtlety is the entire matter. It is subtle, and that's why it's important. Don't be so attached to the idea of businesses so much as services. Oh, what's the difference? The difference is People can provide services for each other. People for other people. The idea of businesses, professional businesses, who use a currency model to engage in a form of exchange where they will sell you the things you need to survive. And in order to have the money for the cash aspect of that, you must work, probably in a factory, probably some soulless dystopian hellscape that then they will grudgingly provide you with the tokens of commerce and capitalism that you can then genuflect your way into a market or a shoe store and beg to have a product that won't be destroyed by normal use in 6 months, and give away your entire life force, your entire existence, to simply sleaze and crawl and genuflect your way through life. That's business. Okay, that's business. You don't need that shit. You don't want that shit. That shit's killing you. That shit makes the hellscape that you people, finding Gnosis, are so afraid of. That's the archon, business, the golem of business. The thing that we resurrected out of ancient Christianity and made into capitalism, the golem of business, whose sign is truth, but whose foundation is death. That golem of business is killing you. It's killing the planet. Its lifeblood is fossil fuels. You have to stop fossil fuels. You have to put this. You have to kill the golem of business and capitalism. It's going to kill you. It's going to ass rape you until you're dead. And you have to stop this. And if you want to do exchanges with people, then you can have relationships, and you can have services, and you can help each other, and you can do the things that people have always done since time immemorial. Let's say for 300,000 years, or at least 50,000 years, we have done this for each other. Services, community, families, tribes. You can have that. You need that. That's your human nature. That's the nature of humans, to do that, to hold each other's hand and help each other give birth, and to bring in the crops and tend the animals and to defend the perimeter. That's what humans do. Business on the other hand, is there to kill you, and do it quickly, but not before it can extract every last drop of your vital essence, to completely destroy you, turn you against your friends and family, make you a willing tool of it, that it might exploit you to your absolute, utter, eternal ruin.
Thank you for that. A rather startling, speech there by Kugaduma. Very passionate indeed. We have Kenny Given here. Kenny, we're talking about business, the world of commerce, jobs, products, services. Which businesses, corporations, jobs, products, and services shouldn't exist? Which offer a negative output, an output that perhaps doesn't offer the utility we'd like to see in a functional society? Go ahead, Kenny. The floor is yours. We're going to unmute you. You're muted. There you go. Go ahead, mate.
Okay. Running to and fro, hard working in the mill, never fail at the mill, yeah, come on, up the bill. Too much monkey business. Too much monkey business. Too much monkey business for me to be involved in. Salesman talking to me, try to room up a you can try, go and pay me next week. Too much monkey business. Too much monkey business. Too much monkey business for me to be involved in. Blonde hair, good looking, try to get me hooked, want me to mighty get a home, settle down and write a book. Too much monkey business. Too much monkey business. Too much monkey business for me to be involved in.
There you go. Kenny got his little fix for the day, his exhibitionism fix. He is a happy man. Okay, we have Pristine here. Pristine, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We are looking at the utility in the business world, and we're asking simply, which businesses, jobs, products, and services shouldn't exist, and why? Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Honestly, I'm not like well versed in this topic, so I don't really have much to contribute when it comes to businesses and stuff. But I don't know, maybe like massage parlors. I mean, I had a friend many years ago who went to get a massage and was like traumatized by the ending, shall I say. So yeah, I would say that those places are pretty dangerous. They traumatize people. That's all that really comes to mind, honestly. I mean, any business, I guess, that harms other people, I would say, like McDonald's. I mean, definitely shut down McDonald's. Yeah, that's yeah, pretty major one.
Why?
Yeah, I
Why?
mean,
Explain
anything
why.
like
You have to
that.
explain why. You know, you're calling me things out, but explain why.
Oh well, the first one was well, that was pretty obvious. But Mac is well. It just depends on if the theories are true. But you know, I'm not sure if anyone here has heard the conspiracy theories about McDonald's, but it's pretty bad from what I've heard. So if that's true, oh yeah, of course you want to shut that place down for sure. I mean, I worked there for 7 years. It's pretty gross. I mean, I wouldn't recommend, yeah, keeping that stuff open. But um, yeah, I don't know. I guess any business that harms other people, I would say, is not a good one to have around. Any like kind of unnecessary business. I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, I don't really have much to contribute.
I'm looking at pollution and negative outcomes on society, maybe products that are addictive and harmful, maybe working conditions that are bad, maybe damage the environment, all these
Yeah.
types of things, unhealthy products or services, whatever. Go ahead, think a little more. We'll go back to you in a moment. Fatima, have you got anything to add at this stage?
Uh no, I think like, just in general, like a lot of like pretty much think of all of like the 20th century inventions that came up, like fast food and stuff like that. And I would even say, like, like we should not ban, but we should definitely the government should really like control the film industry in a way that like doesn't like promote such, horrific things.
Explain that one.
Explain that one. Well, like, I guess you can say that like I have a pretty like, like very like controversial views on things. Like, if a state's going to exist, right? This is where like then like it should promote, like, this is where Plato comes in, like Plato's Republic, right. He says that if there's going to be a type of entertainment or art, it should like, promote in his words like healthy, I guess, like values and like virtues, right, and not promote just like, disruptive things, right, like I guess like in film, and of course like, the music industry, like, I don't like, the majority of like music coming out today, especially like, the whole like, humble rap stuff, like this, like the SoundCloud rap stuff. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, it just promotes like a lot of things that I don't think are like good.
Okay, thank Okay, thank you for that, Fatima. Kugaduma thinks everything has to go.
Yeah.
It's too late. Everything must stop. We must stop buying now. We must close down all corporations, all businesses. We must cease now. In fact, it's too late. We're fucked. It should have happened yesterday. Kugaduma, that begs the question. The year is 2000 AD. Kugaduma is in charge of the world. Let's go back 26 years. What would you have done in the year 2000 if you had been in power, knowing what you know now?
Yeah, that's a fair question.
And I'm talking about business, the world of commerce.
Yeah. It's a, I shouldn't say it's a fair question because it's actually an unfair question. It's a commonly framed question, and we also get the same question asked of us all the time about global heating. Well, what would you do about it? Fuck you. I don't have to do anything about it. I'm just the messenger. I'm pointing out that you're screwed. And I didn't say that you were not screwed. And I did not say there was a way to become less screwed. You're screwed. So no, I can't solve the problem. I can't do anything about business. I did something in the 1980s, 90s that I think was a good step. that I would recommend everybody take. I got a master's degree in biology. My ability to comprehend how badly
Nice.
screwed you people are is almost unparalleled because I have a master's degree in biology. No, I know that's an appeal to authority, but it's an appeal to understanding and knowledge. Okay, you have to know certain things to know how screwed you are. These are engineering questions. These are questions to do with carrying capacity of the Earth. These are entropy questions. These are questions about how we keep energy moving through the system to our benefit. If we're not going to be agrarian, for example, how are we going to do this? No, I can't solve your problem for you. I couldn't have solved your problem in the year 2000. In the year 1990, I got a master's degree. So now I understand the scope of the problem, and that's about all I can offer you.
Thank you for that. Globe Solidarity Now says the big mistake was electing George W. Bush over Al Gore. Who remember, if we remember rightly, he
Yeah, I
wanted
know Al
to
Gore.
save the planet.
Yeah.
Do you remember that, Cougar Duma? What do you think of that statement?
Yeah, it's a nice sentiment. Like, okay, we had a chance, we could have turned the corner. I knew at the time that Al Gore was speaking on a very critical topic, like a politician. So he was a little different than his cohort in that he was looking at the problem seriously, and that was part of his trajectory through life. He ran into things in his life that made him a different type of politician, but he was still a politician, and he could not contemplate. He did not contemplate, and to this day, he refuses to contemplate the possibility that we have to stop burning fossil fuels. He won't. He can't, and I know why he can't. But that doesn't make it right.
There you go. Well, Kugadima, you've really let the air out of the balloon. You've really gone on a Debbie Downer here.
Yeah, I'd say.
I was hoping that if we could get rid of a few nasty businesses, we might be able to lift up society, help the world.
Fair enough. Now, let me help you with this. Because I can actually help you with this. You need to get rid of one business. Let's focus on one simple thing. You need to get rid of the energy industry. So it's an industry, not a business. But let's just talk about getting rid of the porn industry or getting rid of the soft drink industry, okay? Let's just talk about getting rid of the fossil fuel industry. Now, they're influential, they got money, they got resources, they've got guns and bullets, and they have everything they need to be immortal. But let's just talk about getting rid of them. Now what happens? If you get rid of them, then you have an interesting challenge. How are you going to feed yourself? Where's your clothing? Your shoes going to come from? Well, your clothing's not going to come from Pakistan, and your shoes are not going to come from Bangladesh. So now you're kind of fucked, which is why I say that when you stop doing this, you're going to be in trouble. But on the other hand, that's a problem you can solve. You can solve the shoe problem. So you go back and you read some Wikipedia articles on how to make shoes. All right. You can solve the food problem. You can solve the water problem. You can solve these problems. Now, as you solve these problems, because you did the one thing you had to do, which is you repudiated and annihilated the fossil fuel or the energy industries writ large, because the one thing you did, now you have all these problems to solve. You've got a million problems to solve, but they can't be solved. Because guess what? We solved all these problems 10,000 years ago. We had these problems in solution up to about 200 years ago. And then we forgot how to solve our fucking problems. We just became chimps in a zoo. And the zoo is called capitalism. So now you're fucked because you're a chimp in a zoo and you're waiting for some capitalist motherfucker to bring you your water and your food and take away your feces and take away your diseases, and you're hoping it works. You're hoping the water's clean because you have no agency. You're hoping the food is the stuff you need to eat because you have no agency. You're hoping the habitat they provide, the concrete floor and the concrete walls and the concrete existence works for you because you have no agency. But 200 years ago, you did. So you get rid of the fossil fuel industry. There's a target for you. Talk about that if you want to. And then you have a million things to solve. But you used to know how to do those million things. Now you don't. But you could. So that's your job now. Figure that out.
Kugadima, what are we going to do in society to help it function if we get rid of fossil fuels?
Well, okay, let's maybe analyze what society is. I think most people are going to say that's your way of life, or maybe it's civilization. Probably not, but it's your way of life for sure. And what is your way of life? Your way of life was handed to you from about the time you were 5 as being you need to get a job, you need to work, you need to do what you're told, you need to stay out of jail, you need to not touch anybody the wrong way. You need to not say the wrong thing in a bar. You need to not look at somebody in a weird way. You have to do your job, go to work every day, come home, not offend anybody, not run into anybody's car, not get drunk, or at least not get too drunk that you hit somebody and kill them and go to jail. There's a lot of things you have to do now to be part of society. Okay? That shit is driving you crazy. Absolute crazy. No chimp ever evolved to handle all that bullshit. So you need to get rid of all that. You need to focus. Get rid of society. Again, framing the question basically implies the problem. We have to keep society. No, we have to get rid of it. Well, we can't survive without fossil fuels. Well, then find another way to survive or die. That's your other choice. That is your other choice. You could get rid of all these things because you have to get rid of them, and then you could either find a way to survive or you could just curl up and die. And for me, for my purposes, I really don't care. Probably nobody else cares either. But we can't keep framing the question as, well, how do I keep my car? How do I keep my society? How do I keep my stupid job with my stupid boss and the stupid things that I don't like and that drive me to drink and make me beat my wife and kick the dog? How do I keep all this going? How do I keep the pollution? How do I keep the weird hours? How do I keep the constant anxiety? How do I keep the porn in my life? How do I keep the violence in my life? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you want that? What's wrong with you? You should be asking, how do I get rid of this shit? How do I survive without this shit?
How?
Huh?
That's a great question. That's a great question, Kudo. How do
Village
we
life.
survive?
Village life. Village life. Community.
Here.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go
Shared
ahead.
solutions. Village life.
Village life.
Yeah.
Village life. Okay, Pristine, what do you think of what Cougar Doom is saying? Do you think he's being an overreactive alarmist, or do you think there's a lot of merit in what he's saying?
Huh?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, I think it sounds a little bit over. I mean, are you saying that all businesses should just end today and then? Yeah, I mean, how would we function tomorrow? I mean, I don't know. But I do agree with you about, like, certain industries, like the porn industry and stuff. Like, anything that we don't need should go, and businesses that we do need to survive should stay. I mean, is there more to it than that? I don't know. I just don't see how we can expand on, like, this topic, because it's like, well, if there's bad businesses out there, then we could kind of, keep talking about it and see if that does anything to get rid of them. And yeah, the good ones that we need stay. I mean, I don't know. What else is there to? Oh, okay. I don't know. But yeah, I did feel like it was a bit intense. But,
Fair enough. Pristine. Pristine, look, let's go back to basics here. You identify as a lesbian woman living in Australia. As a lesbian woman in Australia with, I believe you said you have autism, what do you feel are businesses that have to go? What businesses have to go, according to you? If you had an opportunity to be a commercial axe woman for the day and you could just bring down the axe head on whatever industry, whatever business, whatever product or service you wanted, whatever job you wanted, you could just eradicate them. Which ones would you go in and kill?
Maybe circuses, because they harm animals, right? I don't know, honestly. I mean, I don't think I have enough knowledge about what businesses are out there to really comment. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think every business that I'm aware of, like, is needed. You know what I mean? Like cafes,
Really?
restaurants, the airport. Yeah, apart from, like, fast food stuff and, like, whatever. But yeah, like, most businesses we need, right? I think. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not really well versed. I don't look up businesses in my spare time.
I don't think we need all the food businesses that are currently on offer. I mean, all the confectionery, all the fast food. Do we need cigarette companies? Do we need alcohol? Do we need pornography, as you said?
Yeah.
I mean,
we don't need alcohol.
do we need uber fast cars when the speed limit is is much below their potential speed ability.
Well, I need
Do,
Uber because I don't
do we
drive, so
need do we need diesel guzzling monster trucks? I mean, Fatima, tell me what is going on. You have the power. I'm giving you the power, the magic wand. You can wave it. You
Oh
can
shit.
eradicate whatever businesses, whatever jobs, whatever products and services you could you would like to get rid of. You can get rid of whatever industry you want to get rid of. Go ahead. The power is yours. Christina's struggling here. She's struggling to come up with any segment that she finds problematic. What about you? I've given you the power. Go ahead, get rid of whatever you want and tell us why.
Well, like I would agree with Cougar Doomer that I would get rid of all of them, but that's already unoriginal because he already established that. But like I'm joking, but like
someone. Oh, okay. I was gonna say like I don't understand getting rid of all of them. I mean, you'll die tomorrow. You'll just straight up not even.
Oh yeah.
So good luck. I mean, you know.
But like,
yeah, we don't need alcohol, obviously. Like alcohol is not needed. But the thing is, people like with cigarettes and stuff, people like that. And also, I've never smoked one a day in my life. Like I've never had one before.
I tried a few and it tasted bad.
Yeah, but yeah, it's terrible. It smells horrible. But anyway, people get addicted to that, and if they don't have cigarettes, then they can like. You know, it can cause severe health problems. I've heard, like, you know, they have withdrawals and they're suffering severe pain, whatever, you know. So, if we got rid of cigarettes, then people would be suffering and in intense pain permanently. Right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's withdrawal. So, like, I guess my honest answer would be I wouldn't get rid of all businesses. I would get rid of a few, like of course, like I guess like, you know, fast food and like OnlyFans and pornography, right? I think those cannot be reformed no matter what.
Those are like I mean, well, fast food is huge. I mean, fast food, okay, I mean that's pretty huge. Porn is not a big deal. I guess it is for men, but I guess from my perspective. Yeah, from my perspective, it's a nothing burger at all, so I don't care about that at all. But I mean, I'm not saying it's needed, but I don't think it's harmful. I mean, you're just watching people get it on. I mean, who cares? I don't know what men make it such a big deal. It just doesn't. I don't know why though. But yeah, I don't know.
I think porn can be very educational. If you watch the right stuff.
Yeah, right. It could be right. You could watch like.
Empty fucking.
I'm not anti. Yeah.
Sorry, Fatima.
How you doing, Ricardo Rocks? Yeah, like I don't know. Huh?
I'm good, man. Yeah, good to see you.
It's good to see all of you too. Yeah, but like I guess here's the thing: I wouldn't get rid of him because I know the black market is going to exist, right? So I would just do this. I wouldn't get rid of any of them. You know what I would do? I would regulate them. Have stricter regulations for them. I wouldn't get rid of all of them because like that's unrealistic. And you know, as much as I want to agree with Cougar Doomer, we live. Humans are generally creatures of like habit and consumption. They want things, right? They want to have things. Especially we have, unfortunately, conditioned ourselves to be like this, right? So like we can't go back to like a pre-modern era of just like. Being like rural farmers and agriculture and being like a commune. We can't do that anymore, unfortunately, right? You know, we just have to go with the march of time and history. So I wouldn't get rid of any of them. I would just regulate the fuck out of them, like
I think you got your head up your ass. I mean, would you not get rid of animal agriculture, for example?
Of course. I agree. Animal agriculture is bad, but DNW, not everyone in the world is gonna convert to veganism. Unfortunately, there's
If you
gonna
made it illegal, you'd make it much harder, right?
Okay.
I'm giving you the power to fucking draw up the laws here, brother.
All right. Okay, so I forgot. Okay, so I wouldn't make it illegal so that it would be harder to exploit animals and animal testing. That's also fucking horrible too.
That's a good one. Yeah, that absolutely.
Yes. Why the hell are we testing things on animals? That's just beyond cruel and fucked up. That's fucked.
Exactly.
Does
That's
it
like
All right,
say
guys. I want to bring Ricardo into the conversation. Ricardo, we're just
hello?
thinking. We're just thinking about utility in business. How some businesses seem to be causing a lot of problems. I'm just simply asking the question: which businesses, which jobs, which products and services, perhaps even which whole industries, would you get rid of? Which ones shouldn't exist and why?
Okay, that's a good question. I would put payday loan companies at the top of the list. Do they still exist? I think they were
Yeah,
a
great
thing a
one.
while.
I think that's a good one. And please,
what are those?
as you're saying these things, can you explain why as well?
Yeah. Well, first of all, what is a payday loan company? I haven't heard of that.
I don't know if they have them in America, but you can find them on the high street, and basically, you can go into one of these officey type places, and they will give you your wages like early. They'll give you them now, but you've got to sign up, and they take they put an awful a lot of APR extra, so you have to pay
Okay.
quite. It's like credit, basically. You're just loaning money from people. They charge
So
loads.
you borrow like £300 and you have to pay back £1,500 or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh
within a short
wow!
period.
Damn, that's bad. Jesus.
That was. I mean, there were people exposing them. I know Charlie Beach was one of them who exposed a couple of them in Manchester.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, they're just awful. But the second one, I would say I would put alcohol at the top of the dangerous, drugs list. I mean, for legal drugs, it's definitely the most damaging, and so I wouldn't stop breweries. I mean, I like a drink sometimes.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't like anyone to try and stop me drinking if I wanted to. But I just think these breweries, they just get away with so much, and they must make so much money, such big profit. And most of their, most of the people that consume their products, I would say a lot of them, a vast majority of them, get really ill and even die from what they're selling. So
yeah,
it's not the most moral industry in the world, is it? The brewery industry.
It's not. Yeah, and
Keep
I
going,
guess.
Ricardo. Just keep going, Ricardo.
No, sorry.
No, I'm done. I just don't. I just
Not one of you mentioned the weapons industry.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Oh well, I think that's out of reach for most people because like the government is gonna make
as if any of this is in our reach. This is
okay. Good point.
Hypothetical.
Yeah. Okay then.
Okay. Then. Come on.
Okay then. I would get rid of fucking Raytheon, Lockheed, Martin, Boeing. Who else is inside this? Yeah, all of those people. The fucking military industrial complex. All of that has to go.
Kalashnikov. You make AK-47s.
Yeah, Boeing. I think I said Boeing, but they're a fucking evil corporation. Boeing is literally evil. They literally will like ice or like silence their like whistleblowers. Like that. What happened? I think a year or two ago. Yeah, like he died in a plane crash.
We don't know that for sure. But anyway, look, try not to mention specific names of companies. Just say, you'd like to get rid of weapons manufacturers, and war vehicle manufacturers, whatever.
Okay.
Even if we did that, though, DNW, there would still be weapons. They would just be lower tech. So they would you wouldn't have machine guns or pistols anymore, but we'd have to go back to sharpened sticks or javelins or.
Oh, that's true. That's true. But then you wouldn't have businesses selling sharpened sticks if
Yeah.
Look, this is all just. Don't worry. Don't get too caught up in the intricacies of this. It's just we're just thinking deeply about the ins and outs of the commercial world. What products and services are basically causing damage, causing harm to us, threatening our futures, making life hell, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's good. I guess like another
And
thing.
fucking Ricardo just belched into his microphone. Apologise.
It was actually me. Sorry, I do apologize. I belched in
hey,
before you
Guru.
come on. I didn't. You put me straight in. I was like, oops.
Okay, Gracie. Sorry, Ricardo. Sorry,
That's
Ricardo.
all right. He fucking burped before he even said a word. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I was in the back room. I was having a nice burpee, and I was like, oh.
Hello to Lisa, who says hello, everyone. Gracie, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We are talking. We're just thinking about the businesses, jobs, the products and services, the industries, perhaps that just have to go. That are just causing more problems than good. That are net harm, net negative, and us as a people, the world at large, would be better off if these commercial bodies did not exist. Come on, commercial bodies and jobs and, as I said, products and services didn't exist. Can you think about this and tell us what you think you would do if you were in charge and you had the ability to wield an axe and destroy, eliminate whole sectors of business, products and services, jobs? The ability is yours. What would you do? What would you get rid of, and why?
I probably wouldn't do it, obviously, because I don't know enough about it. But idealistically, which is what you're probably looking at, education or schooling before the age of 14.
Again, that's not necessarily a business, or like it is
service, isn't it?
You could argue it's public sector. I'm talking about private sector here. I mean,
I don't know enough about it to.
When I say private sector, I mean stuff that's not paid for by the government, that's not paid for by people's taxes. I'm talking about things like commercial bodies, the likes of McDonald's, Apple, Sainsbury's, whatever.
I don't have enough reason to get rid of one without getting rid of all of them. So I don't know how to answer the question.
Well, have a think about all the products and services that you've used in life. Have any of them been problematic? Or are there things... Every single one of them. There you go. That's a good starting point. Can you explain why? And also, you're bringing up your child at the moment. Which products and services are you trying to avoid giving to your son? I'm not talking about school.
That's the only answer I have. But there's nothing else I'm trying to avoid giving it to him. I'm just not actively doing it. So, there's nothing to avoid for me. You guys are not avoiding anything.
So you would give your son McDonald's. You would give your son McDonald's, would you?
But I'm not avoiding it, am I? By not giving it to him. It's not in my way.
You would give him McDonald's.
There's no. Wait a minute. No, I'm not giving him McDonald's. No.
Because? Why not?
I don't understand why I should. It's not right. It's almost like you're saying to me, why are you not going to let your son go out to play in the field? And I'm like, that would be a point, but why are you not letting him at McDonald's? I'm confused. I don't understand the question. What do you mean? Is that like a normal thing that's supposed to happen? Like, does it normally happen if I have a say in it, or does it just come to you?
Here we go again. Here we go.
It's happening.
Here we go again.
Crazy.
The man with his head up his ass in his own little solipsistic universe has come to take over the show.
I got a question.
That's what people say when I catch him out on a stupidity.
Crazy Guru, you're walking around in Cardiff with your son. He goes, "What's that, Daddy?" He sees the golden arches of McDonald's. What do you say to him?
I say that's McDonald's.
Why? And he says, "Can we go in there, Daddy? Those people are eating things. I'd like to try." What would you say to him?
He doesn't say that, but if he said like, "Hey," because he understands what's in there, it's not like I took. All right, first of all, I would not take him to the city without him understanding all these things. I'm not ignorant. I tell him about all this stuff before I take him there. So this is difficult for me. But if I was an idiot like everybody else, and my son was like, "Daddy, what's that? I don't know what that is. You haven't taught me anything because I'm a moron like everybody else." And I go, "But I'm a moron too, son. So let's go in there." So yeah, if I was a moron and I'd not already prepared my son for what he was going to see, I would probably be an idiot and run in there. But because I'm not, and I already taught my son, he wouldn't ask these questions, so I don't know how to answer them. But if he did for some reason, I'd say, "I told you all about this at home, son. What are you talking about? What are you trying to trick me? You know everything that goes
And
on
what
in
did
there.
you tell him? What did you tell him? Tell him.
Exactly. Exactly what goes on in there. That's what I told him. That's
Tell
a
us.
lot.
Tell us what you told him.
All right, and so I said it's a corporation, son, right? And what they do is they tricked governments into allowing them to operate within our public domains as private entities. And within that, what they do is, like Pinocchio, they say, "Hey, little kiddies, come on in here and act the fool. Doesn't matter. Daddy, mommy, the government said you can. Don't worry about all the pain and everything. Your ego will just suffer that and create a turmoil within you and things like that. That's okay. But when you come in here, we're going to sell you cakes and pretend they're burgers. And the meat we get comes from, you know, like I said, I could go on for speed, but I showed him, you know, what happens to cows and things like that, and everything happens in there. And I told him that, you know, that food is addictive. It's like drugs. It's like your sweets. So you can either choose sweeties or your burger when you go out. You know, one little thing, not too much, so you can have a little bit what everybody else haven't, so you can understand. You don't feel left out. But that's about it, right? And he'll say yes. And then when we walk past McDonald's, he says, "Look, that's at McDonald's." And sometimes his little inside will go, "Oh, I wonder what it's like eating in there, Dad." He goes, "I bet you do." And then we walk on. That's it. What happens if your little child said it to you, D&W? What do you do? Do you go, "Oh, quick, let's run in there and get a burger"? Or do you say, "No, you're not allowed. That's horrible"? What do you do, D&W?
I'm not in the same position as you, but
all right. What would you do? Because I'm not in that position either, and yet I was still nice enough to answer the question.
I would say, look, I would probably do the same thing that you did. I would explain what they do, yeah, and that the food is not good for you. It's not good for the animals, first of all. It's not good for you as an individual, and it has been formulated to become addictive. Nutritionally, it isn't in your favor. It won't fill you up. It will make you yearn for more.
Yes.
And your money will be better off spent elsewhere on food that would fill you up and would be more nutritionally advantageous to you.
Yep.
And I would probably point to dishes that we had already eaten.
So I explained that to my son in practice before we go to the city. So when we go there, I don't get ganky, what's that? Yeah, I say, "You understand exactly what's in there, son. Don't try tricking me." And that's it. And that's the same for most things, because I don't send my child to school, which is why I said the education thing. I serve my child correctly. I educate them in everything of all our unnatural ways. I educate them about the narrative, about the matrix. I'm educating him about so many different things. He can't hold it all in at once, but he's getting it slowly, and he's adopting and consuming it. And you can see it in his play. He's slowly absorbing it, and where it seemed slower before his formatable years, we're now into this first year out of that, and it's like seeing something come inside out and blossom now, and it's beautiful seeing his character develop, how he's fitting into our little matrix here that we've got going on, and understand how to communicate. And I'm looking forward to the next couple of years him actually communicating with adults, down at Speaker's Corner on shows like this. Hopefully if Danny or anybody wants to speak to my son, to find out if I'm actually doing him any harm or anything, they can. And he's looking forward to that. But either way, he'll come around with the colleges, like with myself and that. But as for corporations, I don't know, yeah. They either exist or they don't. I don't know enough to get rid of one of them. I don't think there's one of them doing more harm than the other. I don't understand enough about it. As far as I'm concerned, I thought they were all connected together. You just take one away, you just, you're pissing. You're just taking a tiny bit away from them.
They're pretty bad. They're pretty big and bad.
Yeah, exactly. What about Starbucks pumping in loads of sugar into their drinks?
Starbucks, yeah, they're not too good.
I mean, they've got a wonderful business plan there. Let's get a highly addictive. Let's get a highly addictive substance called caffeine. Mix it with another highly addictive substance called sugar in extremely large quantities, and sell it to people. And then we've got a future chain of customers highly addicted to highly expensive drinks that definitely aren't good for them. Bad for their blood pressure. Probably the cause of diabetes. All these things, obesity, etc., etc. I would say, yeah, Starbucks is on my list of
Dunkin' Donuts. How about them?
Businesses that have to go. Starbucks has to go.
What's the difference between that and every other company?
Businesses like Starbucks, Gracie, get your head out of your ass. start thinking. I want you to start naming names and why. Social experimentalist, you're on the show. We are talking about business, commerce, which businesses, jobs, products, and services shouldn't exist, and why. Have you got thoughts on this, brother?
Well, firstly, I have a problem with the whole question because by saying something shouldn't exist, you're basically arguing with reality. Everything that exists, and therefore to suggest it shouldn't exist is just arguing with what is. That's number one. Number two, the problem with this, and the problem with a lot of the stuff that you put on here, is that you're again speaking about downstream problems, right? Where you're not addressing the upstream problem, which is the cause of all of these problems, which is reproduction.
There we go.
Oh my God, Danny.
I mean, I agree, but
always.
I agree.
No, Fatima, shut your gob. Danny, I'm talking about the world as it stands, as we're living in it. I'm not giving one iota to whether you're bringing someone into it. I'm talking about as it stands. Surely we could change the law to ban certain businesses.
No, we can't change the law. You're on the Finding Gnosis show? You're going to change the law?
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a future prime minister or USA president. Yeah, Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
I will address.
Danny, haven't you ever thought of standing yourself?
Yeah, right. I would have. I don't mind addressing what you're saying, but I'm insisting on prefacing it with this. This is just another downstream problem. I'm not saying.
Fair enough.
Right.
Look, let's be honest. We know every time Danny comes on, we have to allow him a few minutes to say that, because in his opinion, everything is downstream. Nothing else really makes sense. Only curbing population, preventing people from coming into existence.
Yeah. In other words, all these problems. Yeah, they are all of them are. If you have a problem with any of these corporations, you really need to go to your parents, because it's your parents' responsibility. They are to blame for all these problems. They brought you into a world where there are
myself because I'm an adult.
Right? They brought you into a world where there are such things.
Doesn't he sound like a child going, "My mommy and daddy's fault"? No, I'm not an adult. I can't take responsibility for my own.
I'll be right back.
Here we go. Here we go.
1 second.
Danny, do you take any responsibility for any fucking thing you do in your entire life, buddy? Was it all your mum and dad's fault? All mommy and daddy's fault?
I mean, they wouldn't be here.
Sounds like a motto
for them.
We're not going to argue. Does this sound like a motto for a child?
You brought 6 poor
Oh, here we go. There's Chuck mud in someone's face who asked us a fucking logical question. Danny, stop talking, you child. Stop acting like a child. My mommy and daddy. My mommy and daddy put me in this girl. I'm a testicle. Why do mommy and daddy have to have sex like the universe told them to? What a fucking bone. Shut up, Danny. God, you give headaches, man. You cause suffering more than the fucking suffering. You're talking about yourself, cunt.
What the fuck? Shit.
All I hear is mommy and daddy made all my problems come into existence. I'm a fucking
But he wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them.
Yes, I know, but I'm glad I'm here because I'm not a fucking baby. I'm not a child. Oh, my mommy and daddy caused my suffering. Danny, fuck's sake.
This is a character. I always have to tell myself.
Put him back on your body and go up and start helping the problem and stop hiding from me, you fucking lemon. I can't stand it.
Fucking lemon, what?
Danny, just fucking be kind. Danny, act like a lemon and do us all a fucking favor and jump off a cliff, buddy, because all you do is cause problems.
Oh, damn.
Whoa.
Not very kind.
Whoa.
Okay, don't worry. He's not
Danny's message, fuck you all. He's telling all us to do the same thing so I can say it back to him.
No, he's not. You're strawmanning him.
No, I'm not. Ask Danny.
Danny's here.
I have not told anybody to jump off a cliff.
Oh, yeah. Shut up. I'm being alcohol. I'm not being serious. Don't be serious, you fucking child. You know I'm joking. but your whole motto is exactly the same. It's a nihilistic fucking approach to reality.
Metaphorically.
Head in the ground.
And you
we
are
all
autistic crazy bastard.
The suffering here to stay and rot. That's your answer, yeah, Danny? Let the suffering stay and rot. Nothing about it while you can.
Well, every one of you other cunts, shut the fuck up and let these two talk.
It's a question. It's an honest question, Danny. Is your worldview to
I'm
go
happy
out
to
to the
on this
sunset?
show. I'm not interested in
Monkeys
talking
themselves to suffer. Is that your worldview? I just
I'm
want to
not
know.
interested in talking to you.
Or can someone else? Because when I bring a point up for Danny, he likes to do this. I'm not talking. DW, can you ask him my point? You understand? Is his worldview for all the enlightened ones to go into existence and leave the rest of the humanity here to suffer, causing the maximum amount of suffering, not the minimum, because no one's here to help them?
Yeah, right. I told you.
Please steal my argument, because otherwise he won't. He'll answer. He'll act like a child forever.
Danny, you should be able to address that. Go ahead.
No, I'm not.
Crazy, let him speak. Crazy, let him speak. Jeez, Crazy, don't speak until I tell you to.
You have to mute him, and I'm going to take a while, and he's going to find that very frustrating.
I'm going to put him backstage until you finish speaking. All right, there you go.
Good, thank you.
He'll come back.
Okay. So number one, right, addressing what he said about parents. I don't hold a grudge towards my parents, right? I saw my dad today. I had him round for lunch yesterday. I don't hold grudges towards him, although I do think about him. For example, I've mentioned this before, when I'm in the gym having to work out, which I really would rather not do. And when I'm doing that, I'm thinking about his little episode of squirting inside my mum, and now I have to fucking go to the gym, right, do all that hard work for the rest of my goddamn life, right? So I do think about him, and I think about that quite often. But in general, I don't hold resentment towards him because he was a victim of this whole sect and life thing, just like I was and everybody was, right? So that's a nonsense that he's, in my opinion, he's just saying that because he doesn't want to face up to the terrible sins that he committed by creating 6 people and then their children, and God only knows all that suffering and all that madness, right? So that's my response to that. My response to this idea that he's trying to suggest that what I'm saying is going to lead to more suffering because all the conscientious people are going to end up not having kids, and all the enlightened ones are not going to have kids, and that leads all the stupid people to have kids, and therefore that's going to create more problems. That's also a fallacious argument because what I'm saying is I'm admitting that I have like 0 power in the world, or very, very little power, very, 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 very limited influence. Yeah. And the influence that I have, I may be able to influence a handful of people, right, to have 1 less or no children, right? I may be able to do that. And that's not going to make any difference. And furthermore, in the world of the internet that we live, you can have much more effect by not having children and spending your time spreading the message of, trying to end suffering or prevent suffering by using the internet as a tool, right? Whereas what he's trying to suggest is that we should have children and then we should bring them up, cleverly, like he thinks he is, right? And that way the children will be able to help people in the world. That's a ridiculous argument as far as I'm concerned, because we don't need to have children to do that. If anybody listening, if your priority is to try and reduce suffering in the world, the last thing you should do, in my opinion, is bring another child into the world and try and keep them away from all the influences, etc., and try and mold them into what you want, like the pro-extinctionists want to do. No, you don't need to do that. You just spend your life trying to help in any way that you can, right? So that puts that argument to bed. I now want to just address this downstream problem. Having said what I said about downstream, I'd like to address your question because it is an interesting question, right? And although I don't I don't like the word should, because I think it's arguing with reality, and I dropped that word many, many years ago, I would point out that if you haven't seen the film The Corporation, I would highly recommend you watch it, because in that film, it's a long time since I saw it, it explains that corporations used to be vehicles for people who had ideas that would help society, and it allowed them to get together and to join and create this sort of fictional identity that allowed them to get on with this without being personally sued, so that they could get on with doing good for society. And then that got bastardized, and so we've got a situation today where I would probably guess that the majority of corporations are detrimental to many people. So I remember during COVID, I wrote something about this. I never put it out, but during COVID, they closed down non-essential businesses. They didn't go all the way, as far as I'm concerned. They didn't go far enough, because they kept all the fast food restaurants, in fact, all the restaurants open, which was completely not necessary, right? So in my view, right, there could come a day, maybe, if AI takes over, where only essential things are created by corporations. And I think most of corporations of today, especially if you go down a high street, you will see that most of the corporations are completely unnecessary. So we've got millions and billions of people doing ridiculous jobs, right, to help these ridiculous corporations that are only there to make money, right? So that you've got, like, if I'm thinking about, let's say, the high street I live down, just a little high street, you've got gambling places, you've got food places. Most of the food places are full up to the brim with really unhealthy food that is marketed. I mean, why should there be a corporation like Cadbury's in the world? That should be shut down. That's a disgusting corporation, right? It does no good to anybody. And the same applies to many food businesses. So you've got the food businesses, you've got the gambling industries, you've got the ridiculous women's makeup and women's grooming industries, you've got the men's grooming industries. If you just go down the high street, there's hardly anything that is really necessary. You've got the housing, the estate agents, all of the whole way the housing market works is really perverse in the way mortgages are created, which is really criminal. If anyone's got any knowledge of how that's created, it's unbelievable. Money out of thin air created by the banks, and that inflates prices, and that makes it impossible for anyone to buy houses. So you've got all of that. You've got the banking industries, which again, they're just criminal organizations, really, when you start to get to the bottom of what they're really up to. So it doesn't leave much really left that is good for society, right? You've got arms industries, that goes on and on and on. So, if we lived in a society that was actually working, then and we changed back to the way the corporations used to run, I can hardly think of any corporations that would still be in existence. Maybe we can open that up to.
I think you're right. I think there's a lot of problems. Even the toy industry is problematic.
Yes, it's ridiculous.
It's crazy. All these, like, when you look. Also, I go to the supermarket sometimes, and I just look around, and I see like 50 different varieties of fucking tomato ketchup. And I'm like, why? Why do we need all this crap? And it's like, there's just too much choice. We have too much choice.
I call it the devil's playground. The supermarkets are the most terrible places, responsible for the ill health and death of billions of people all over the world. The amount of crap they sell, I just wonder. Like, I don't eat the chocolate, for example, or the crisp. Hardly. I have a crisp here and there, right? But I don't eat chocolates or crisps. Somebody is eating all that stuff, and there's loads of people, and it's being pushed and marketed to children. It's like, it's the most unethical place, these supermarkets. And I do know from my experience, by the way, I'll end on this, but I know from my experience, having been around food addiction for many years and struggled with food addiction myself for many years, and still struggle with it to a degree. I've been around people, especially a lot of women, who suffer from bulimia, anorexia, binge eating, and the damage, the mental and physical damage that those diseases, or I don't know if you call them conditions, let's say call it, the damage that they do to millions of people all over the world is is not really recognized so much in society.
I agree. It's a crying shame that there is so much unhealthy food out there that's so easily accessible by the population.
And that's marketed. It's set
It's
the most.
yeah.
It's
I mean, food addiction wouldn't be as problematic if the food was actually healthy. You know,
Yeah.
Of course.
You know, I mean, it's just there's just so much crap out there. Now, Danny, you did mention before that you read something about a bloke who used to stick an iron, like a coat hanger down his gullet to puke up because he used to overeat. So he used to, I mean, just tell people that story because it's just an example of how horrible this world is in terms of, you know, you go out onto the high street and there's all this food around you. And for some people, it's a massive problem.
Yeah,
all this fast food, all this crap food.
I just want to get I was just saying this just a moment ago, but I just wanted to emphasize that it's not just that the food's available. It's that if it should be like they used to, you know, they used to sell porn on the top shelves when we were kids, and they didn't have it on the internet. And it was, and then they put them in like plastic, you know, covers, so you couldn't actually see them. And they were on the top shelf. That, you know, if you have to sell Twixes or Bounties or whatever crap they're selling, they shouldn't be in shiny wrappers, right? They should be on the top shelf for the addicts, right? In grey, horrible grey wrappers, and let them have that then. But this stuff is being deceitfully marketed. They're creating discontent in people and fulfilling it with this toxic, what they call excitotoxins. Toxic stuff that is causing mental health problems and physical health problems. And that story I was telling you about was something that I came across in an Overeaters Anonymous meeting. Was that there was a man who was, I think when he was he's now in his 40s and he's a lot better, right? But when he was in his early 20s, he used to get a coat hanger and, like, you know, open it up and put it down. He used to go and eat bags of food, and then he used to put the coat hanger down his throat so he could puke up.
Are you there, Danny? We lost you. I lost Danny. Can you hear him, guys?
No, he tailed off.
No, I finished. He put a coat hanger.
Some might say he's a freakish outlier. Why should we care about people who are outliers?
He's not a freakish outlier. This is what I'm saying. He's not, right? He may be an outlier in terms of putting a coat hanger down his head, but you know, bulimia is a very serious and not uncommon problem, especially amongst women, but also men. But it's a terrible problem. Bulimia, anorexia, binge eating. There are millions and millions of people all over the world who struggle with it, and women have it a lot worse because they've got this conflicting thing going on where, you know, they have to look good all the time and they have to look thin all the time. And then they go to the supermarket and they're accosted with all these shiny wrappers. And it's so confusing and so difficult for them, but also for men too.
That's not what actually happened, by the way. Danny's talking rubbish. That's the effect of something deep underneath, which he decides to ignore.
Oh, my God.
Crazy Guru, you have the right to reply to that. You know,
there's nothing to reply for. He didn't actually answer anything. He just went on a whole rabble like he always does. The same speech I've heard a million times. He didn't actually answer my question. Unless the NW, you can explain to me where his answer was.
Fair enough. Kugaduma, I want to bring you in because you've been waiting patiently in the wings. Kugaduma, you've come back to say something. Obviously, what do you feel compelled to say?
Well, first of all, I want to apologize for abruptly defenestrating the panel. My wife needed something from me, so I had to take care of that. As for something to say, I guess I've already said quite a few provocative things in my capacity as being provocative. Some of that came from the work I'm doing right now with my next novel, Ariadne. And anyway, sometimes when you're doing research for a novel, you learn things, and that's kind of where I'm at with that. So you're getting the benefit. If I sound unhinged and on a tirade, it's because, as I am often saying here, I'm actually quite afraid. I'm quite frightened at this point about our prospects.
Yeah, so you're terrified of what's down the line, and it's you view it as in the near future.
Yeah, near future meaning late summer, and then progressively from there forward.
Kukudima, we'll come back to your worrying news very soon. Objective ethics, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome. What would you like to say about this idea that we've been talking about, and that is which businesses, jobs, products, and services shouldn't exist, and why?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I just want to say hello to everyone on the panel. It's always so nice to be here with sharing time with all of you. Despite fundamental disagreements I might have with some of your positions, I do wish the best for you and your families. Before I get into my answer to that, I feel like I should just, for posterity, clear something up for anybody who might be watching this video. This is not a direct threat to any of you guys, but just for anybody who might be watching this video. If somebody were to break into my house with the intention of harming my family or myself, they would be having a very bad day, perhaps the worst day of their lives, because I would do something about that. However, if someone broke into my house with the intention of nicking some of my wife's chocolate, it would be the last day of their lives because my wife would get involved in that. So I just want to make that clear. Hands off the chocolate. You guys can ban a lot of shit, but you're going to have a lot of angry ladies to go through when you start talking about getting rid of the chocolate. All right, so to move on to something more serious, I regress. I apologize. No, but in all seriousness, there are two things. Fatima knows what I'm talking about, don't you, sister? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Don't fuck with our chocolates. Yes.
Do not fuck with the chocolate. Some things are just not okay. That's not cool. Even a joke. Not on the table for negotiation. But in more seriousness, though, the two things.
You can make your own chocolate. You can make your own chocolate. I make my own chocolate with really healthy ingredients.
Yeah, we can.
Objective. My wife said that's how you know he's married. He's fucking right.
Not touching the chocolates of ladies. Yeah.
That's fair.
I almost pissed all over the toilet seat, brother. That was brilliant. I had to run into. I mean, go on. I need to get about there and have a smoke or something. Danny's pissed me off.
The question though is actually really interesting because if you go back in time far enough, what things could we change and make a significant improvement? And I think Fatima was actually on the right path when she was talking about regulating the shit out of stuff. I think that there's something to be said for that. I would say that usury. I don't know if you guys get to usury or too much about
usura, yes. Oh yeah, I know usury, usura. It's why things are kind of bad. It's why the majority of the financial world's problems can be linked to that practice. Yes.
Usury is being driven by and is the driving factor behind all of these corporations. Yes. Ultimately, if you want to get down to it, the banking system, everything else. So if you get rid of usury, it's kind of like we talked about, getting rid of the source of the problem, you get rid of all of the emergent properties of the problem, right? So usury is a huge source for all these corporations. The other thing I would get rid of is organized religion. And anybody who doesn't think organized religion is a business or corporation is just lying to themselves.
It is a business and corporation, but I avoid saying that because that still means a lot of things to a lot of people. You're how would you have that work? I know this is just a hypothetical, but OE, how would you address that, knowing that there are still good meaning people who still value these corporations? They are corporations, but how would we address that?
Well, I think, there's two things to say about that. One, I think there's good people, moral people who value all kinds of corporations because perhaps they're ignorant or perhaps they're just stuck in the cycle that we're all stuck in right now. But if I just set that aside for right now to be as generous as possible, I think that I wouldn't get rid of religion and I wouldn't tell people they can't be religious, but organized, formalized religion. That's what I'm talking about. The institution of religion itself. That's what I would talk about. And I think you could do that effectively while still respecting people's autonomy by, right now here in the States, we give massive tax breaks to religious organizations. Why the fuck are we doing that? That's ridiculous. Religion started, I should say started, but governments basically were tied to the religion, right? Especially when we think about Rome and stuff like that. So when you think about the Catholic Church and how it was tied into the government, the Catholic Church basically weaseled its way into this profitability by saying that we're going to take care of the poor and the starving, the hungry, the orphan children, right? That was all done through the church. And so they got a lot of sympathy from the community because it was taking care of a problem the community didn't want to necessarily take care of themselves like they should have. So the church gets a lot of financial benefit from tax breaks, government subsidies, and so on and so forth, because they're actually doing a service to the public by helping out the needy and the poor and the hungry. However, if now we live in a world where we can actually, through humanitarian aid, take care of those services ourselves. In fact, many of our governments do run orphanages and child protective services and food banks and so on and so forth. The church, while some churches legitimately do offer these services, a lot of that money goes into just proselytizing, just spreading their religion. You know what I mean? And paying their pastors and stuff. Yeah. So they go on these mission trips to build houses, for example, in Peru. Well, they spend a very small amount of that money building houses. You know, they do put in some labor, but what a lot of that money is a transportation, lodging, food, so they can go preach, just so they can spread their gospel message or whatever. So I think effectively, you know, we want to have freedom of religion because that means freedom from religion. But at the same point in time, there's no reason we need to be giving tax breaks to these religious organizations, in my opinion.
Thank you, Objective Ethics. Thank you. Great points there. We have Kenny here as well. Kenny, you are on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say, sir? You've been on already. You sang a song. What are you going to do this time?
Yeah, so you're talking about businesses that should be banned and outlawed. I'm going to recommend a good business to you, and that's the kebab shop, the Acton Charcoal Grill. And you've got kebabs on skewers here as well. The meat here is absolutely delicious. I'm now getting a lamb kebab, just the meat and the salad. So that's my recommendation. Get down to your local kebab shop and order yourself a lovely kebab and salad. You'll love it. Have a good night.
No, not for me.
Trolling as usual.
Wow.
Grazy's back. Grazy's back. Grazy, you said you had to go for a cigarette. I didn't know you were a smoker.
No, I don't. I mean, cigarettes, man.
Oh, you went for some weed, did you? Okay. Whatever you did it because Danny pissed you off. You said Danny pissed you off. I mean,
no, I said Danny's pissing me off, not pissed me off.
All right, okay.
Pissing him off.
Okay, why? Why is Danny pissing you off?
Because he's not saying anything new. He's not addressing my actual points. He's saying the same old thing. I've told him a million times. His actual point exists outside of reality, because there is a world that's being children are being born into, and they're not being born to be able to have the ability to choose to be moral agents. The world you're giving them with the knowledge you're giving them, which I'm not trying to make it all about, but this good and evil stuff that teaches them not to forgive, and they just create these immoral agents that then suffer their own story. And then when they suffer their own story, they get lost in it, and that's what they think they're suffering, rather than having a relationship with this experience we know from called pain. So they'll suffer, and then they'll suffer all these other things, and they'll have agony, and it's just all sorts of things, rather than just using them as experiences and understandings. Nothing stops anybody from checking out, does it really? I mean, it's one of the easiest things to do. I mean, unless, of course, you really enjoy or something in nature says, no, you're supposed to be here. I mean, you look around you, everything's fucking each other. Having babies, doing the same thing. The universe only asks us to do one thing, mate, and have others. It's not up to us. We don't. Danny acts like the universe belongs to him. You belong to the universe. It doesn't want you to stop having babies. It just wants you to stop creating immoral agents. And there is a way to do that. And Danny Shine does have power to stop that. He's just got his head so far stuck up his ass, he can't see it, and he won't listen to me. He does have power to stop it. He's lying to you. He just wants to sit there and watch it all go out, because that's the way things can be. Because the position he's looking at from is of pain and suffering, as he clearly keeps telling you. You look at his worldview, really. I mean, and the worldviews he agrees to and speaks with, they're all aligned with a nihilistic worldview, not an existentialist one, even though I don't think he should do it from that position. But still, the point is, you're looking at an existential crisis and then trying to solve it from a nihilistic view. This is just a trap that everybody seems to fall into. I mean, Carl Jung and everybody spoke about like the dark empath. That's what happens. You just keep going, but instead of going, like, you're trying to limit the suffering from a place of suffering. Just doesn't seem smart. So my point is this, right? And I'll do this if Danny does it. Any voice that requests movement in another should be willing to walk at least a mile in the direction they ask another to step. And I don't think Danny's walked that mile yet. And if he thinks he has, I'm offering him another opportunity to say, why don't we just stop the actual source of suffering, the immoral agent, and we can clearly do that. That's very easy. I can be done within 30 years.
What do you mean? What are you saying? What would Danny have to do to show that he is committed to his cause?
just put a pin in what he's doing right now so you can just pick it up just in case something fails, and then say, Gracie, you bastard, show me not an idealistic plan, but an actual fucking plan that I can see is going to work. I have got that ready. I'm not going to show it to anybody, but individuals like Danny that have, like, he has what it. I've listened to his work.
Crazy. You're not giving me.
Oh, right. And so what I need Dan to do it.
What has he got to do to show you that he's serious?
Put a pin in what he's doing right now. I tell you what.
So I tell you, if he's serious about what he's doing, why should he have to end what he's doing?
You know my son. He can have my son every day for a month if he wants to talk about anything on you, question him, anything. The challenge that if I've brought an immoral agent into this reality, or could he be mistaken? Is his path the one that I can see? He can only see now, not the only one, because he's not fucking God.
So you're saying he needs to babysit your son for a week?
How can he babysit? Well, he's having a fucking conversation on his show. He does a podcast, doesn't he? Invite him on as a guest. You can ask him anything he wants, Show the whole world. I haven't got nothing to hide.
Not on this show.
No, on his show.
Okay, well, Crazy Guru, whatever you say, it doesn't really matter to Cougar Duma. He says you're all fucked. Everyone's fucked, and you're all just wasting your time. Cougar Duma, welcome to the conversation once again. What would you like to say to Crazy? Crazy, who is on a journey to try and change the whole world to seeing the way he does in a kind of metacognitive manner, as he says. He reckons he's got all the answers and he wants to save humanity. Perhaps it might be good to hear you and him talking, because Crazy Guru, I'm not sure if you're aware, Cougar Duma thinks we're fucked. It's beyond repair. It's all going down from here.
Many do.
Go ahead, Cougar Duma.
Yeah, okay, so the conversation you should be having is not with Crazy Guru or me or D&W. The conversation you need to be having is with reality. And the place I suggest you start is the laws of physics. The road we're going down is determined by physics, not by wishful thinking, not by God, not by anything else. There's no hand moving us down this road, and we are not putting our feet in front of one foot and another with free will. We are going where physics is taking us. That's the road. Whether it's made out of gold or lead or bones, that's the road. And I don't expect the people here to have that conversation with reality. But I'm here to have that conversation.
I don't know what he said.
And I take exception to that, actually, because you're lumping me in with people who have ideals that I am adamantly opposed to, and I'm absolutely a realist. And so I believe that the laws of physics are determining this. The laws of evolution are the reason we're here. And people want to fight against nature are going to lose that battle 100 times out of 100 times. So you're telling me that I don't want to have that conversation. Seems like you and I haven't had a conversation, so you don't know me. But I appreciate if you maybe choose your words more carefully.
And the thing is,
I think he's saying that we're in denial about how serious the environmental situation is. That's what he's saying, and I hold my hand up in, as guilty as charged. I think I am in denial about how serious it is. I don't really understand the science of it, but
actually, I want to take a little further. You used the word environmental. So I'm 68 years old, and I was part of the environmental movement. That's when I got my master's degree in biology. This has nothing to do with the environment. The environment will suffer. People will suffer. Animals and plants will suffer. The coral reefs will vanish. This is all given. This is all given. Your problem is not with the environment. That's all warm, fuzzy stuff with beautiful little eyes, beautiful for ears. The problem is not your environment. The problem is Earth system dynamics and physics. We are in trouble with physics. Physics is not the environment. It doesn't look pretty.
So Cougar,
it doesn't have shiny scales.
Cougar, you talk about physics and everything, yeah? How does one go from physics and stuff and reality, and then talk about something called suffering? What the frick is suffering in physics and reality to you? Because you've been blurring worlds to me and using two different languages that I understand exist, but maybe you don't, or maybe they don't, but I'm saying to me they exist. You're using words like suffering, which is egotistical relationship words we use with our relationship to pain.
Okay, fine. Let's talk about suffering. Suffering is necessary. You don't evolve without suffering. You wouldn't be here without suffering. You wouldn't have 3.5 pounds of brain without suffering.
Yeah, but what
you
is
wouldn't
it?
be bipedal without suffering. You wouldn't
What
have
is
tools. Well, I don't have to care. It's what got you here.
Oh, how do you know all this stuff about it if you don't know what it is?
It's part of evolution. It's the driving
What
force
is
behind
it?
natural selection.
What is it? What is it? What are we talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Someone help him. Someone define the word suffering.
It's death.
Suffering is death. There you go. All right, guys. Right, yeah, okay. Suffering is death. There you go. That made everything make fucking sense. I did. Thank you, Cougar. Fuck.
I thought death was a release from suffering.
No, it's a part of it as well.
To you guys, I suppose death.
Okay, your suffering. Your suffering is your recognition of your own mortality, which you're being constantly reminded of because people in your tribe, in your village, are constantly being killed.
That's just a story.
No, that's reality.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
That's why I'm here.
Well, nobody's getting killed in my village, so.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Crazy.
Every day.
I don't know. I don't know. It's you guys speaking two different languages at once and not understanding and confusing me.
Crazy. If you're going to get into the guts of it, he's basically saying it's too late, baby. We can't change the world to your way now. We're fucked. You're fucked.
Why not? Right. Okay. I'll then prove it then.
Get over it.
Okay. Show me how.
No, I'm saying that if you want to have a different world, you're going to have to start with physics. Physics is going to place hard limits on what you can do going forward.
That was metaphysics.
No, I'm not talking metaphysics. I'm talking about physics. Entropy. Let's deal about the laws of thermodynamics. Let's deal about energy systems, energy flows, carbon system, hydrological cycle.
Inside, outside, yeah? You can't do outside before inside. In other words, you need to build language, understanding, relationship before you can even understand all that. That's how we did it in the first place, isn't it? I mean, that's how
it's the language of science. Language of phenomena.
You think formal systems came first, is that correct?
No, we had informal systems, but the informal systems didn't answer the right questions. So then we came up with formal systems, and they did.
They answered all the correct questions, but they didn't answer formal ones. So that's why we needed formal systems, correct?
Well, then if they answer questions that don't move us forward, then they're not the right ones. Find another set of questions.
Outside their realm, then they're not the right ones. Yeah, that's the pyramid. But all you're doing is you're just making it sound. You're saying, "Oh, this field here didn't answer the right questions because another field needed to be created to do it." Yeah, obviously.
Sure. Why not? Why not?
Seeing this German didn't understand the Spanish person over here, and say, "Yes, of course, you need a Spanish interpreter for that or something." I hope you.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah,
that solves the problem.
That's all it
solves
is. Yeah.
The problem. Yeah.
But there had to be a source before these formal systems, right? Then how?
Why?
Because how the heck would we be able to have a relationship with the formal systems of the universe if we first didn't have a system within us to have a relationship with it? Does that make sense to anybody? I haven't found a real way to explain this exactly yet, but like you have to have a logical system within you to map the logostic system outside so you can even form the formal systems in the first place. So that relationship need to be there, and that's the one everybody forgets. That's the esoteric.
No, that's gibberish. Your relationship is with nature. It starts with observation. You don't need any other system.
Right, what language is nature? What system is nature?
Physics. The physical world.
The physics teaches us all of nature. Yes, that's what you're saying. I just want to.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Starting with observation. Yes.
I haven't worked a way to communicate with that yet, but that's blown my mind.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. You could though. You could. People do it all the time.
So why haven't we fucking done it yet?
Who says we haven't? I'm here. I'm talking.
Everybody does. We're all in this room discussing shit because we haven't figured it out. Danny Shine, please explain to him we haven't figured it out. That's why you want to fucking pop it all off. We haven't figured out, brother. Otherwise, none of us would be here talking shit, would we?
Well, you're on a journey. Your journey involves suffering. When you've suffered enough, you'll understand.
An ego's journey involves suffering because they think I am.
Well, that's a good start. That's an observation. That's a good start.
Yeah, but an ego is not a necessary thing for the survival. You saying this, stop having humans, we don't understand what untold. Who are you? We're not God. We didn't bring us here, so we haven't got a right to take us out. It's as fucking simple as that. However, the ego we do. Danny's right. All of antinatalism should be is to end the ego and its suffering and this chain of, and we should just go back to the way it should be in nature. We should not be fucking with the universe, because guess what? Universe says have babies. Danny Shine says no. I'd rather go with the universe than some fucking mushroom-headed pill popper from fucking London. Oh, actually, pill poppers are too far.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Now, you and I are on the same plane. Now we're talking.
So yeah, and I've spent 12 years building multiple systems, languages and laws and everything, even my own laws of logic, everything. Even recently, I'm building a system, which I can't wait to show you, to show the differences, how to actually identify what they call hate speech and what it makes, just so people can stop fucking arguing over it, because I'm denotating and making an objective for everybody.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's a good start. Well, you are what we call a systemicist. You are looking for systems, and maybe even looking for a system of systems, which is not a bad place to go. That's like the unified field theory in physics, right? That there's a system of systems that if we just grope around a lot, look at a bunch of equations, hit each over the head with a cone, then we'll figure it out, right? And so that's where you're going. So fine, you keep doing that.
But if we all you have to do, listen, it is as simple as this one thing, but a lot of things I've done to amplify it so we can get it done sooner, and for us to have a bridge between our youth and us, and to be able to do something with adults to be able to transfer over this new sense of consciousness, is really simple. You just replace forgiveness and revenge with love. It's a practice that they've mapped. It's really, really simple, and you can teach it to children.
No, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. That's not going to get you anywhere.
Is it ignorant to say it's not going to work without first hearing what I mean by love? Is that ignorant to do that?
I heard enough.
No, you didn't, because you never told me what I meant by love. You just assume I mean by what you think. I don't. I made an actual practice that can be that I put into my son, to me, and it's working in me and my son. So I would like to say you're full of shit, but I don't want to be ignorant either. I don't mean.
But you have to understand that's not going to scale.
It will.
That doesn't. I mean, last person to try that was Jesus Christ. It didn't scale.
I can say it's this, ready? It's working for myself. But for you, you have no leg to stand on because you haven't got a clue what you're talking about. You can't say it'll fail or pass. All you can say is, that's interesting. I'd like to look at that. And that would be less ignorant than saying, oh, it's going to fail because I don't know any better, which is what you have.
Yeah, I see that's not going to work with me.
Oh, well, that's you being ignorant, isn't it? I mean, in honesty,
no.
It's an observation.
No, I just know what system I'm working under, and that just doesn't work.
Ignorant to you. Is that what you're saying, Kukadum? That's what you want to explain to little children. You can say, I don't need to look at it. I can just say it's not going to work. And that's what you teach little children. That's not ignorant. Because if you teach little children that, the teachers and the people around here, they say, Kukaduma, that's fucking ignorant. But don't teach children to do that. You say, investigate, ask questions. Not, no, that's not going to work because I said. Please grow up a little bit, brother. I'm going to have another smoke. Fuck it.
Yeah, that's not going to work with me. Listen, we have schools to teach children, and we try to teach children, first of all, the rules of how to behave so they don't end up killing each other with an axe, which is a good start. Then we start teaching them formal systems. So history is a good formal system. I mean, no, it's not good. It's a sucky formal system, but it's there. So we start with things like sociology and history. Then we teach them Earth systems. So there's continents and there's oceans, and we teach them reality as much as we can. And we hope some of that sticks. And then when they start hitting each other in the playground, and then we teach them formal systems called justice. You just hurt somebody, knock that shit off, you little punk. And then they learn what not to do. And then we socialize them. Now, somewhere in there, they learn about capitalism and the importance of money, and they go off the rails. They go off the rails. But in village life, have we just kept them from A, killing each other with axes, B, throwing each other over a cliff, C, getting each other pregnant without intention.
And that, German, is how you treat your fucking slave. That's how you do it. Kukadua, the extraordinaire. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to raise a slave into society. I hear it all, Kukadoo, man. Go listen to yourself.
Wait. Where do slaves come into it? What's a slave? What does that word mean?
He's gone for a smoke. He thinks you're oppressing people for some reason.
Well, he's going to have to come up with some rationale for saying such a thing.
Yeah.
Maybe he shouldn't go off to have a smoke. Maybe he should stay here and try and make sense of what he's saying, because it sounds like gibberish to me.
Fatima, what's going on in your head?
Oh, hi. I was just hearing the conversation. It's always intense whenever Guru is being challenged. Yeah. Just hearing it out. Yeah. Kind of snickering.
Okay,
in the back.
but let's meta-analyze that. Do you think I was challenging him?
Well,
Where?
They're basically saying your entire manifesto is to insert fear for control. That's what they're saying.
Oh yeah, that's what. Yeah, exactly. Doomer.
They're
They think
opposed to
anything is
they're
fun.
opposed to inserting fear or for making anybody or especially children feel
Yeah.
fear as a way of teaching them Cougar
Yeah.
Duma, and they think that's what you're doing.
Okay. But let's get back to first principles. Okay, we're talking frameworks here. First job, survival, and job 2, survival within a tribe, meaning you don't get yourself kicked out of the tribe. So that's like foundational work. All right, we're not gonna die, and we're not gonna allow anyone else to get killed because that would cause harm to me and the tribe. So, how do you accomplish foundational work with children? Well, you teach them. You show by example, right? Adults are supposed to be demonstrating appropriate behavior, and then if none of that works, you do have to use fear. That's why we have scary stories. That's why we have rituals. And why we draw that's why we take the children into the cave and draw the picture of the lion on the inside of the cave. Okay.
Don't get to say. That's what I'm saying. Your point, what my point, right? Cougar, I can do exactly what you just said and from well before. It was also, we put them on the yard. We show them this. It's always fear-induced. Even that, it's fear-induced. We want our tribe to be the biggest, bestest. We will make it happen. Do you know how they did that in the beginning? Slavery.
No, it's called parenting. It's called parenting, and I know that LA would say it's slavery. Parenting is slavery, or the slavery.
Today, it's still slavery today because you teach a child good and evil to enslave them. That's all you do it for.
No, you don't. That's
Yes,
just
you do, because it works. Because guess what? Danny Shine says so as well. He's telling you. It's his whole argument. Your whole argument.
Well, Danny Shine clearly has behavioral problems.
Their whole argument is we create immoral agents and the world is fucked, blah, 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 blah. But when I say, yeah, that's because we do it this way. We inject them in the beginning and create slaves. No, it's not. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
No, it's not.
The one answer that makes sense is deny. Fuck, this is ridiculous.
Life has a lot of
Okay, you make an assertion that we create slaves, and I'm like, well, no, it's called parenting. We're trying to keep our kids alive.
Yes,
and that's not the same thing as slavery. You're sounding like LA.
I'm a father at best.
Nah, LA actually can.
Hold on for a second, Fatima. Fatima, let the two gentlemen speak. Now, Cougar Duma, just so you're aware, Crazy Guru is a father, and he believes he has discovered the way to bring children up, and it's better than any other way. Just so you're aware, he is actually a father. He's not an antinatalist, just so you know.
I was just comparing the argument to an antinatalist, that's all.
Yeah, no, I know. I hear what you're saying. There was that, similarity in that, LA is always on about us being slaves. Hello to Chickpea. Great to see you here, darling. I do hope you can join us. She says she was asleep. Well, she's woken up now, and, maybe she was having sweet dreams, but she's woken up to the sweeter dream, perhaps, of the Finding Gnosis show, or perhaps.
Welcome to the hellscape, Chickpea.
Some might call it a nightmare. But we will hopefully be hearing from her. Russ is on. Good to see you, brother. One moment, please, Russ. We're listening to Grazy and Cougar, two fathers, talking about reality, coming at it from different directions. And Grazy Guru is on a mission to re-educate the whole world as to how to bring up children. Go ahead, Grazy.
It's more how to make moral agents, not bring up children. I don't believe in that kind of thing, but I get what you mean. That's how people are going to understand it. So just make yourself clear. To create a moral agent, you've just got to put the practice of love in them for our world. Now, practice of Matt is really simple. It's to teach them whenever they feel like they need that urge of forgiveness or revenge, that impulsive nature, or that attentive nature to take over and map your reality. You must teach them, no, they're just sensors to say you're off balance. You need to expand your earnestness and your awareness outside of yourself to find out what is actually going on. What is the cause and effect? Why has this happened? What has happened? And then eventually you understand, you get to an alignment of acceptance and appreciation of something. This is in understanding, not in being. I mean, I'm not saying, you have to stand there and watch the guy run at you with a knife. People try to fallaciously attack the argument. I'm talking about structure and recognition in consciousness alignment of the individual. The reason I say slavery is really simple. It's Danny Shine's argument. It's everybody's argument. If you listen carefully, it's really simple. If a child is brought into an existence that is unnatural, with a language that's unnatural, that enslaves them into all these stupidities, all these immoral choices, to the point where their whole existence is writ in their formatable years. They don't really have choice. That's why I agreed with people saying egos don't really have free will or a will they can use. I mean, in generality, I'm not talking overall. Of course, some of the donkeys have got to be able to talk, haven't they?
Okay, you know what, Crazy Girl? Let me just interrupt really quickly, not to be rude. Actually, you and I might be in agreement on this topic.
Really?
It's possible that we're just using different language to describe the same formal system, and that happens all the time.
Cougar, if I said this, Eddie, I've spent 12 years on this issue, and the last few years I've not only built. I can give you. There's an X handle. You can just go and look at all it's starting to be building. I've built languages, models, everything. It's a very simple metaphysics. Not all your physics and everything says, "Hey, I'm not touching that world." I'm talking about the inner model of a human being, and I've scaffolded and built it even in myself. That's why none of you can get me to see evil. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in forgiveness. I believe in forgiveness. I just use it as a different tool to let me know that I've fallen out of love. And what I do for love is I go, right, frick.
Okay, let me put it another way. Let's see how you and I can do this, because this might be interesting as an exercise. And I think you are a man who enjoys an exercise. So let's do an exercise. Now, my interpretation of the same thing would run like this, and don't jump to conclusions, because remember, you and I are speaking a different language about the same thing. That's my theory, okay? My interpretation is that when we are raising children, they become basically, I'm going to use the word infected, but this is not the word. We just don't have the word. They become infected with an idea. This called progress. This called justice. That there's a bunch of other things that are inculcated in childhood when their brains are still flexible and when they are not yet manifest as agents of their own existence. So when they are still vulnerable, if you prefer, we inculcate into them a kind of mind virus, a mind virus that thereafter runs their lives, and they don't even know it's there. And the people who put it there were their parents, because they were also infected. And this is how infection works. If a woman has HIV, she gives HIV to her child. She doesn't know that's what's happening, but that's what happens. So parents through the seemingly righteous and necessary process of inculcation teach their children to behave in the way that you describe. I am attributing that to parenting, and that the parents were already infected because of their parents, and it goes back a long ways. It goes back to Middle Ages and probably the hegemony of the Catholic Church. Let's just go back to that far and throw that away. It goes back a long ways. And now people are stuck because you can't choose your parents. And after you're born, it's not until you're maybe 20 years old that you can look at your parents and say, you know what? Half the things you taught me turned out to be kind of fucked up. And now I'm spending my life as an adult trying to reprogram myself to basically install an immune system to clarify my mindset and get rid of this brain virus that you gave me when I was 2 years old and couldn't defend myself. Does this resonate with you at all?
Yes, a lot. And this was actually.
I thought it might. And I want to.
Cougar, what we do, ready?
Yes.
I could go for ages on this, and I don't want to stimulate my too much. Why don't we let someone else have a speak now? We'll have a think on this. I'll think of something next time.
That's a really good idea.
I will speak about it.
Slow it down, and we'll come back to you guys, because I think it's going somewhere, which is amazing. Because I know you both have clashed in the past, especially Cougar Dimmer. You've accused people of speaking gibberish because your mind works a million miles an hour. So it is interesting to see you both connect here. I find that interesting and wonderful.
You took me on a
Chickpea says what Cougar is saying is 1,000,000% correct. Now, guys, I want to bring in Russ. Russ, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We are talking about which businesses, jobs, products, and services shouldn't exist. Is this something you'd like to say something about, something you've thought about in the past? Go ahead, sir. The floor is yours. Russ.
Everybody,
yeah,
and,
we can hear now.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Yeah. So it's interesting question, but in all honesty, I would flip the question on itself and say, can you think of any businesses, jobs, and products that should exist because they're truly ethical, quote unquote? I mean, again, to you, I would say I'm even very black pilled about this topic in particular because even things like non-profit organizations, they're quite shady in their dealings, and nothing is really as it seems. So to be honest, I can't really think of anything that is truly ethical and should exist for the sake of existing, other than just keeping everybody alive. You know what I mean?
Camelot.
So
Interesting.
yeah,
I wasn't really getting into the ethics is a part of it, but I was looking at utility as well. You know, it doesn't have to be all just on ethics, but that can be part of the equation. But you think all business is unethical?
yeah, of course. If you look at it closely, I mean, look, the whole model. We're talking about capitalist societies here, because I'm just going to assume that most of us do come from a capitalist society. But I mean, businesses exist on a certain model, and it's really just exploitation of the workers. No, I'm not a Marxist, and if anybody's wondering, oh, that's just Marxist rhetoric. No, it's not. You just look at it objectively, and you can see, like, one thing I'll give that this communist guy did say. I watched a debate ages ago, and he goes, "Well, the problem with capitalist society is all of the people that work and all that, the so-called proletariat, you don't own anything in the end," and it's true. Like, we live our lives on credit. Most people are just working to fulfill somebody else's dream. They're not happy about it. It's not their passion. They're not even reimbursed for it. I mean, especially in this country, in Britain, where I'm at, we're on a downward fucking trajectory, man. Sorry, because like all of the things like sick pay, pension, it's all vanishing. It's all fucking going to shit. That probably is also contributing to the nihilism that you do see in society. So, like I said, I can't think of any business that's really worth existing other than keeping everybody alive, because that's what seems to be happening at the moment. It's not really serving anybody's needs. It's just keeping the system alive. And
if we look at the utility of business, it may be that we're in a bad place, but there is utility in allowing business to flourish in some sectors because it's trying to get us through the hard times to a better future. Do you not see that potential?
well, you'd have to set like a time limit for that, because I mean, we're in the postmodern era now, so well, we're way past that. But it's like, we're way past the industrialization in Britain and that era. So like, when are we going to see this so-called era of where I don't believe in egalitarianism, because it doesn't exist in nature, and it's not in human beings' natures, because human beings were primates. It's not in our nature to make things truly equal. So I'm not an egalitarian, and I don't expect the world to be egalitarian, but I just don't see it happening, man. I'm very skeptical. I'm very cynical about human nature. And if you look at the statistics, there's more billionaires in the world, but like, how many people, like the average Joe, I would argue, is getting worse, at least from my perspective. So as the economy as the economies get older and older, and industry gets older and older, are things really getting better? I would say they're fucking worse. I mean, like I mentioned before, we're all working longer hours. We're not even able to own. Most of us can't even step on the property ladder here in Britain. I don't know how it is in the US or other Western countries.
It's almost the same.
Yeah, so like think about it. We got all this technology, we got all these things, but like, people are fucking in a decrepit state, man. Like, that's just my point. Is all of these businesses and all of this all bullshit? It's just exploitation of man to serve the elites, exploitation of the animals as well.
Thank you so much, brother. Very passionate speech there. I do like to hear.
It's all valid. It's all true what he said.
Now we have Chickpea here.
Hey, Chickpea, what's up?
You're on the Finding Gnosis show. Fatima, will you shut your pie hole, please? Jesus Christ! When I'm talking, don't talk. There's always a gap in conversation. You can talk. Chickpea, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome back, darling. We are talking about which businesses, jobs, products, and services shouldn't exist. Do you have any views on this? Maybe you'd like to pick on some businesses, some jobs, some products and services that you feel are particularly problematic. If so, why? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Right. Just saying, I love what Ra just said. I think exactly what he says. My thoughts are the same.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm afraid of. I've only been up for about 10 minutes. I've been asleep all day. Yeah. I don't know. Gosh.
Well, it's nice to get some raw thoughts.
Hello,
Right.
Ricardo. Hi, Fatima. No, sorry. Like I said, I've only just got up. I've been sleeping all day long.
No problem to me. Welcome. Okay, we can go back to Cougar and Objective Ethics hasn't said anything in a while. Objective Ethics, have you got anything to say about what the two fellows have been talking about, Crazy and Cougar?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling me because I never did get a response from Cougar about what I had in my response to what he said. Your sweeping statement that everyone on this panel is ignoring the laws of physics, and I took offense to that. And Danny Stein was very humble and very honest and said he was perhaps ignorant of like climate or the environment, and you responded to that, but you never did either apologize to me for including me in a group of people who are allegedly ignoring the laws or ignorant of the laws of physics, and as that does not apply to me. And I'm not sure, maybe you don't know who you're talking to, but I just thought, you could either expand on that or apologize.
I never know who I'm talking to be honest. So to expand on that, I don't think I said ignorant. I think I may have said something very specific like ignoring, which is not the same thing. Now, the way you end up ignoring the laws of physics is that you allow someone who doesn't understand the laws of physics to distract you with poetry. That is to be avoided. If we are going to grapple with the real world, then we have to avoid getting our head stuck in the poetry, which is what I would say. Now, that happens a lot on here. People like me, and let's say people like you, come on here.
When I said that nature wins every time, and these arguments I'm hearing here are silly, how do you know that poetry that's ignoring the laws of physics? Because I think I'm saying the exact same thing that you're trying to say.
Probably. It happens all the time. We talk around each other a lot.
Which is why I'm addressing you directly.
Yeah. So give me your, for example, give me your argument for why religion is the most dangerous business on earth.
Because it basically, as I said before, because it has promoted the institution of usury and formalized it. But this is just a comment based on the proposition that DNW asked me. This isn't to say that there's actually solutions out there, because the laws of entropy cannot be fought against. The laws of nature cannot be fought against. So we're going to go extinct. That's a fact.
Objective, where does you line them?
We also want to live. That's also a fact, because if we didn't, we wouldn't have evolved.
Okay. Now taking that thought further, I'm exploring here. Okay. How does usury interact or interface or cross in any way with the world of phenomena?
It's cause and effect.
What cause, what effect?
Degradation of society, running a capitalist type system to where it grows exponentially to where it can no longer sustain itself. And so it has to crash. Economies crash, they rebuild, unavoidable because of the way the system is built up. And a lot of that has to do with usury. But again, this is just based on
fair enough.
This isn't to say that any of this is ultimately avoidable, which my bottom line is that none of this is actually avoidable to a degree. And we could try to ease the burden, we could try to ease the pain, and we do that using what you would refer to as poetry, right? We try to understand how we've gotten ourselves to the position that we're in. But that's not to say that I'm ignoring the laws of physics, or I think that ultimately we can somehow beat nature by getting rid of usury or getting rid of religion. That's nonsensical.
FX, I'd say I agree with you, but my argument is it's dogmatic religions, not religion entirely.
Oh, yeah, you got some work there, Gracie, because I'm not sure how you can have a religion without a dogma.
That's because you're within one.
What?
Oh, come on. Be more clear. I need clarity.
It's like a fish doesn't know it's in water.
Okay, that's not helping. That's not helping at all. What am I inside of?
I will answer you. You're inside the very thing you can't see out of to see this is another one. You're in a dogmatic religion, so you can't see there could be any other religion without it, which was your point, yes?
No, that's not going to work. What religion am I inside of that I can't see?
I'm claiming that ethics is talking about now. That one that's led by the understanding of like good and evil.
I don't think we ever got to that point, although that's an interesting point. If you're trying to make that point, we could talk about that, but that doesn't answer my question. What religion am I inside of?
A dogmatic one.
Oh, come on. Now we come full circle.
Wait a minute, listen. Whatever religion you have,
I don't.
You're more, yeah, okay. Do you believe in right and wrong or anything like that?
No.
So you don't believe in crime law? So what are you doing? Physics, formal religion?
No. Okay, wait. Don't throw physics in there. You just said right or wrong.
Yeah. I am. So
Look, right and wrong is subjective. Everyone has their own. You've got yours, I've got mine, and she's got hers. So, do I believe you're right and wrong? No, I think you're stupid. Theoretically, okay?
What was your point of the question in the first place? I don't understand.
No, I didn't have a question. I had an assertion. You said I was in a religion. I asked which one, and you've been kind of talking around it. I want to know what it is.
All religions to me are dogmatic. Right, wrong.
Which one am I in? I may be in one. I'm open to being.
I'm making a blanket statement of all dogmatic religions. And you're saying there can't be one out, there can't be a religion that's not dogmatic. And I'm saying.
I did say that.
Right, maybe I'll say this. I'll do it a different way. Why not?
I did say all religions are dogmatic. I think it's a problem with religions. Also, just so you know, economics is dogmatic. This is incontrovertible, and I would say that politics is dogmatic.
Cougar, that is my claim. Your claim is there can't be a religion without a dogmatic. You can't have like religion without this dogmatic right or wrong. And I'm saying yes, you can have a non-dogmatic religion. Of course, you can. On faith.
Name one.
What do you mean name one? I'm saying you can have one, but there isn't one.
Okay, provide evidence for your assertion. I'm interested. I'm genuinely interested.
Where would you like me to send the evidence to?
Okay, and I might be able to answer my own question. Let me answer my own question. Let me answer my own question. Non-dogmatic religion actually is probably not a religion, but I'm going to say this anyway.
Red herring. It's a waste of time.
I'm going to say Buddhism.
Hey. That's not
How'd I do? I don't think it's a religion, but I'm going to throw it out there.
No, Buddhism is actually dogmatic as well.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough.
Buddhism is a religion. It's a form of religion with like its own pagodas and dojos.
Yeah, it has its own dogma. What are you talking about?
Now you're going forms of religion. So what do you mean by the word religion now? Because now
okay, I was the one who asserted there are no non-dogmatic religions, and then I tried to come up with one. Basically still manning the argument, and you're saying I didn't. So fine, there are no non-dogmatic religions. Proceed.
I don't know. I'm saying there can be, and there has been. Gnosticism wasn't dogmatic, was it?
How? Okay, wait. Maybe we need to define dogma. Isn't dogma meaning you believe something and you promulgate it without questioning it?
Yes. Well I think the correct.
It means that if you hold a position you believe to be incontrovertible, you're absolutely right about dogma. And Gnosticism was highly dogmatic, actually. They did.
You're absolutely incorrect there. It's not correct at all. Yeah, and incorrect. The views are, and they are. I've read them all, and you can put them through an AI and ask it, and they'll tell you the same thing. As soon as you got the core tenets of Gnosticism, said, no, this is not what Gnosticism is. There's no dogmatic nature to Gnosticism.
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is. They fucking believe in the Plemora and the Demiurge and all that bullshit.
The Demiurge, yes, they all believe that. That's the common feature of Gnosticism. It is dogmatic.
It's your world. It's the thing that builds the dogmatic world.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ, man.
Oh, fucking hell. This is all one big red herring. Can we stick to the topic now, for fuck's sake?
Okay,
man?
so this, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. That was well played. You kind of just demonstrated why I refuse to belong to a religion, least of all a dogmatic one, whatever that means.
Yeah,
I am operating outside of all that and looking in, and sometimes
So what are you
I'm
operating
troubled.
on then?
Sometimes I'm confused. I am often confused.
Because you don't have a religion.
Oh
That's
my
right.
God.
I don't.
Yeah, no.
That was 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, that was my claim. We've come full circle. Thank you.
My point
That's
is
it, guys. The topic's changed to fucking religion now. All guns blazing. Let's
Oh
go.
no, I don't care about religion. I haven't got one. I built my own sort of like faith instead, because religion to me I've just left in as a dogmatic thing. But I don't
You
believe
have your dogma, Guru. I think you still do have your dogmas here and there. I think everyone has a dogma here and there.
Yeah, I
Even
know you do,
skepticism
because
has
you
a dogma.
exist within that. Like I'm trying to explain things. You exist within that, so you think that is, and I can't possibly be. I think, Fatima, of all people, you should understand argument, and you shouldn't be thrown against someone like myself. Ready? I can exist in my world. Don't deny my existence. Just because you don't see it and you don't understand it doesn't make you correct.
You live in the
Is
world
that,
that we share.
is that not your argument? That people should
Oh
not
my!
judge you.
All right. I'm not.
Okay, let me help out here. Let me help out here. Okay, back to the topic of the panel. Okay, where some of this went off the rails, although I don't think it went off the rails. I think it's been really interesting. Is that I proposed to Crazy Guru that there is a problem with how we raise children, but it's because we transfer to children a mind virus, and that this is really the basis of also religions. And in religion, I include other abstractions like politics and economics. These are all abstractions that are transferred from one person to another through a kind of a mental meme, a mind virus. And they're all dogmatic. They're all dogmatic. And what is transferred is the dogma. The dogma.
You're going past the source of it, ready? The source is you teach a child a dogmatic view that they can be naughty for just being curious, and then they develop their first demiurgic senses inside them, which are not real, they're illusions, and they call them wicked and wonderful self, the good boy and the naughty boy or girl, yeah? And then, do you know what? When they do something, they think, Mummy and Daddy's not going to like this, they'll hide it and lie to you and keep secrets, and then they create a shadow self. And then you start creating this split persona, and you can start manipulating them so they can start suffering, because they have, if soon as you make a shadow, what's left in the light is what we call the ego. And then you become this split, and that's how they enslave you all. Just that simple thing, and then that's why you need things.
And Cougar Duma already addressed that. He said sometimes you need to instill fear in children, and he gave an example of that.
Only egos, though, not children. A child who, like my son, who's been taught to love, not fear, doesn't need fear. If you put fear in him, he doesn't understand. He thinks you're ill. He thinks there's something wrong with, like, you know, something ill with you. Like he'll just cry out for help and just say, "There's an ill person attacking me." He won't even try to.
I already said to you, Crazy, fear is a natural response to the world that we live in. It's a healthy thing. It helps us survive. I mean, not to teach your children through fear is insanity, because they should grow up realizing that fear is there for a reason.
At the end of it, if I said there's a natural fear and there's an unnatural fear. Natural fears, I agree with you, 100%. They're just, you know, fear of fall and pain, you know, all that kind of thing.
There's no dichotomy. Fear is fear.
But a fear of your own parents and your own being.
Okay. Listen, guys. He's right. Crazy Guru, I want to steel man you. You're right. Okay. Now listen, people. He's right. There's natural fear and there's unnatural fear. Permit me to demonstrate. When you are out in the forest and it's dark and you're late getting back to camp and you hear something behind you on the path, that's natural fear. You're afraid of the dark. You're afraid of the animal in the dark. That's an evolved characteristic. Children have natural fear. They don't have natural fear of technology, by the way. They'll burn themselves on a stovetop. And then you have to therefore inculcate fear into them about the stovetop. But the fear you inculcate is unnatural. They don't understand a stovetop is hot. They don't understand the problem with matches. They don't understand the problem with drugs and porn or anything else that they're going to run into. These are all things they have to learn as unnatural fears because they're technology. Natural fears are healthy. And really, when people who live in the woods or who are on farms or deal with animals, they strengthen a child's natural fear or caution around things that can hurt them in nature, like animals, like poisonous snakes. It's good to know, and we have to teach our children that, but that's a natural fear. And I don't think those fears are are consuming. I don't think those fears consume your brain because it's a real thing. You can look at it and say, there's the poisonous snake. Okay, now I know something. I will not touch the poisonous snake. We do, Crazy Guru, you are quite correct. We do teach unnatural fears to children. We do that. And that shit,
I have a question.
that's some, there's some evil shit going on there.
Natural, though, in itself.
You know, Hugo, you said earlier, if I'm just paraphrasing because some time has passed. So you believe religion has a bigger part to play, relating it to the topic. The reason why we're here now, and I did hear you much earlier saying that we're fucked, we have to stop everything, because we're at that, literally, we're past a tipping point. But do you really think dogmatic views and dogmatic religion, or just religion in general, is the main culprit for this stage where we're at?
Can I catch you guys tomorrow? Can I just catch you? Say good night, everybody. Thank you very much. Just before Kuga and I'll catch you all tomorrow.
Take care, bro. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Rest easy.
Cheers. Rest easy, man.
Yeah. To the question, is religion the source of all this? I want to say something that's a little more nuanced than that, but it will answer your question. Religion came first. Religion was then followed by politics. Politics was then followed by economics. The chain of custody is religion. We had religion because we had abundance. Because we had religion, we had to invent hierarchies. When we invented hierarchies, we invented politics to control the abundance. When we invented politics to control the abundance, then we had to invent abstract abundance like coinage and interest rates and shit like that. So religion started it. And you could say, well, religion is therefore the original gangster. And maybe that's true. But there's something in humans that, take a step back, that actually encourages us to go down this path. I don't quite know what it is. It's been there for about 50,000 years, because about 50,000 years ago, we started drawing cave paintings inside of caves, okay, of people with spears and arrows and animals with horns. About 50,000 years ago, we started doing that. About 50,000 years ago, we started down this path. Religion was the first manifestation of it that we know of. It didn't end there, and I'm not really convinced it started there. So is religion the problem? Maybe not. But that's not because it's not the problem. It just may not be the source.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, because I would say, well, first of all, religion's not a monolith. There's different types, like specifically like the animist types, like the Aboriginal types, like the Native Americans. Those sort of tribal people, I would argue, I think Native Americans had kind of like a very sort of environmentalist-esque type of religion. You know? They believed in sort of, they worshipped the earth or something. I don't know exactly. Animals too. So I'm not saying their society was thing, but if you think about it, if one had those dogmatic beliefs, they need not be detrimental to the world. In fact, I would argue it's us lot, you know, after the industrialization, you know, all this progress and technology, we fucking burned the planet up, and we've created so many human beings that naturally would never have existed if we stayed in tribal civilization. I'm not saying that's what we need to do, but it is just an interesting thought experiment that, you know, the very progress that we longed for has become our destruction in the end, as you quite rightly said earlier on in this podcast. But the Native Americans with their dogmatic beliefs, if the population stayed small, and don't you think that would have been better for the earth in that sense?
Well, it wouldn't matter what they did, because
there's a point that's been missed that's really important to it. Religion did not start because of an abundance coup. Religion started because of the hyperactive agency detection device in the brain. We wanted to
wait. Back up. In English, what is that? In English.
The HADD. So you talked about this with the rocking in the dark. There's a noise behind us. The human brain has a function in it called it's the hyperactive agency detection device. This is what they're talking about neuroscience, okay? So this ascribes agency to phenomena. So the rustling in the bushes, right, our ancient ancestors, in order to, as an evolutionary advantage, right, we want to ascribe agency to that. So we know, is that a tiger or is that the wind, right? We got to figure that shit out. And that's been a benefit to our evolution, to our survival. That's where we get the religious ideas from, not from an abundance. Now, they grew from that it started with what we call animism, which is what the brother's talking about. It's absolutely right. And nature was the first concept of religion or gods comes from animism, right? The thunder, the lightning, the wind, the rain, our ancestors ascribed agency to that, and because they didn't know any better, they didn't know physics, they anthropomorphized it and thought it was a god up there. Then you get totemism, you get ancestor worship. Much, much, much later, tens of thousands of years later, you get into polytheism and then henotheism, and then eventually different types of monotheism and duality, non-duality, and all this stuff is a much, much more recent invention as far as that goes.
Can I stop you there? Can I stop you there? I think we are largely in agreement. I want to make a clarification because language and words are important in this kind of conversation. What you first described as Aboriginal religions, okay, I would not do that. I would not use that word. That word comes in later. I would call that spirituality. Animism, spirits are everywhere, okay? There might even be some rituals about trying to get the soil to be fertile or have the seed sprout or the pregnancy in the women, rituals and these kinds of things. Religion, which is a dogma, okay, I don't think the spiritual practices were dogmatic. They were really survival oriented, just trying to comprehend the world. Like you say, giving the world agency. The religion part, which is now we're defining terms. The religion part is dogma. And I think it arose from abundance because people needed a hierarchy. And they thought that if they could appeal to a God spirit, then the God spirit would keep the abundance going. They'd never had abundance before. This was a new thing. And so they had to account for abundance. That was new. They didn't have words for that. They had to account for abundance. And then they had to appeal to, well, originally a goddess figure. So fertility, pregnancy, large breasts, those are all the totems of the early religions. And then they became male dominated. And there's an interesting story about how the male overthrew the female in religion. But then religion was all about making sure the abundance keeps happening because the abundance was magic to them. They'd never had that before. And so that's where I would disagree. It's just definition of terms.
No, I agree. I think we are in large agreement, actually. The thing is, and I'm willing to be generous and say I can go with all those definitions because I think colloquially people do separate spirituality from religion. But I would push back on two things. One, just for the sake of people who might watch this, religion has nothing to do with spirituality or supernatural anything. Religion is simply an idea that brings people together, frankly. That's the actual definition of religion. So politics can be religion. Social agreements can be a religion, so on and so forth. But most people don't realize that. Most people hear religion and they think of some kind of supernatural, whether it's an atheistic religion like Buddhism or a theistic religion like Christianity, whatever. But technically, religion is just something that brings people together in a common understanding or common belief. I will also say that I do think that the earliest forms of animism that we talked about were in fact dogmatic because in order to survive within these small tribes, everybody made a social contract. We're going to behave in a particular way. I'm not going to steal your food. You're not going to steal my food, so on and so forth. And these animisms, these people, this fear of these unknown phenomena that they ascribed this spirit, what you're calling spirituality to, was accepted by the group. You were not going to be the one guy in the group, the one Neanderthal or whatever, who said, oh, by the way, I think that's just the wind. There's no gods behind that. They would ostracize you because of group dynamics, which gets into psychology. So it does become dogmatic because of the psychology behind it. But otherwise, I think we're largely in agreement. That's why when I talked about religion, I was clarifying with Fatima and somebody else who wanted clarification. I was talking about institutionalized religion. And this does start, as you pointed out, with the abundance which came from the farming. When we switched to a sedentary lifestyle with farming, right, and animal husbandry, then suddenly we had this abundance of resources. And that's when we started building cities and empires and then, as you said, coinage and economics. And you're right, it's all downstream from there. I agree 100% with that.
Yeah, I think we are largely in agreement. There's always been a special place in my heart, even though I am an atheist and a materialist, for spirituality. I have a lot of respect for that. And when I run into spiritual people, I just say, well, good, you just keep doing what you're doing. I don't really understand it. It's not my path, but you keep doing that because there's something, you're onto something. And I think it's because I'm kind of in my own mind as a materialist scientist type. I'm kind of recognizing our evolutionary pathway, how we got here, and that there is something nice about that. There was something gentle about that. And the fact that we venerated the female, I think that was a sign of goodness, that we were able and willing to do that and see that. And the fact that now we don't do that, I mean, try to find anything nice about Mary Magdalene, okay, that, in Christianity, just go looking. Good luck. It's I think we have fallen. I think we had a better way at one time, and now we're not in a good place. And I think the not in a good place, that feeling of not being in a good place, I can immediately also ascribe to politics and economics. We have been led astray. We are off the map. We are far, far from our origins, where I think in the beginning things were sweet.
Yeah, and also I would add to that not just the respect for women, but what about the respect for male leadership? Because it seems to me, especially in the West, there's a demonization of masculinity and male leadership, and that's one of the reasons why you have so much fucking chaos and disorder in society, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair, but you know where that's coming from? That's coming from politics. So I would rather not go there. It's all much of a muchness.
No, you didn't hear what I said.
No, what Ra's saying's right. What Ra is saying is correct.
When I
Yeah, but
say
what do you
male
think about
leadership,
this,
I'm not
Ross?
talking
That's not-
about politics. I'm
Yeah,
talking
Ross.
about simply like just the respect for the father in the home and the strong male figure, the masculine male figure. Like, that's all gone to shit now because of third wave feminism and all this other nonsense.
Okay, but third wave feminism is politics. It's all
What I'm
politics.
asking is, but what I'm asking, Russ, what do you think about game theory actually being the catalyst to that, as opposed to politics? Are you familiar with game theory, tit for tat?
To be honest, no, I'm not. Can you explain it?
Yeah, it's really simple, basically. So there's this experiment they started running, a social experiment called game theory, right? And what they would do is they would run this program. You could run it thousands of times, and there's a thought experiment that this is based on called the prisoner's dilemma, right? You have two inmates, and there's X number of resources available to the inmates because they're incarcerated, right? There's three options. One, you could take all the resources for yourself, which is total selfishness. Two, you could give all the resources to the other guy, which is total I think of the word altruism. And then there's the middle ground, which is where you share the resources, right? And what they do is they run this experiment, then thousands of times. What they find is the most successful way to win the quote unquote game is what they call tit for tat. You basically agree to cooperate with the other inmate until he screws you, then you screw him back. Right. So there's a very small margin of forgiveness that you have to allow to make it successful. But this is where ultimately they find that everybody lands on the great margin, is everybody lands in the middle of tit for tat. They don't want to take all the resources, right? Which you would think that maybe a lot of people would say, oh, if I just take all the resources, then I win the game. They found that the most successful way to win the game is actually to work together. But you have to work together. You can't just give up everything. If the guy screws you, you got to screw him back at a certain point. So this is where I think what is the catalyst to what you're talking about with the denigration or the vilification of the male role, so to speak, is because men put down women, right? Women at some point are going to say, screw you, I'm going to get you back. And it becomes tit for tat. It's game theory. I don't think it gets used in politics, right? Absolutely gets weaponized, just like racism gets weaponized and all these other things. There's no such thing as race. We're a species. Race is a social construct. But look what we're doing to each other because of social politics and which come from, and our politicians use us to their advantage to keep us divided. They don't want us working together. They want us divided. So this all comes from, in my opinion, I was just curious if, what you thought about that. Tit for tat, game theory really being the ultimate catalyst to all of this.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of truth in that, but I think it's just human nature as well. And like game theory, although I think people will start thinking that, perhaps people were having premeditated, foresight in relation to matters, and they're not just acting on instinct. Do you get what I mean? Objective ethics. So the way the women react to the men isn't necessarily something that's premeditated. They're just reacting to what happens in the moment. You know what I mean?
Could be so.
Well, I agree 100% because I don't believe in libertarian free will. I think that we're responding to our environment. I think that because I don't believe in free will, so I think that this is exactly.
But you get what I mean. Like the average Joe, game theory makes it think that there's this massive plan, and they're thinking ahead. Like, if he does this, then I'll do this. But if he does this, then I'll do that. You know what I mean? But it's actually unfortunately far simpler than that.
I think it's generations of social engineering.
That's just an illusion. People are confused. Just like
oh baby.
That's a cute. Kitty cat.
You're the best.
Yeah, I think that's an illusion, DW. I think that because we evolved as a social species, game theory is mathematically the most likely way that we're going to evolve, continue to evolve and survive because we're a social species. And if you think about it, selfishness and altruism don't really work in a social species.
No. What does this man want to say, Kenny?
What's his name now?
He's got Jim Morrison in the background, is it?
That looks like it looks like Jim Morrison just as like a Roman.
The doors.
Perseus? Oh, you're fucking Greek now, you cunt.
Damn.
Greek god.
Roman, Greek, whatever it is.
Fucking hell, stop appropriating other cultures, you wanker. No, I'm joking.
What's he doing?
I don't know. He just went down. He's like looking something like underneath. I don't know. What the hell, dude? Context? Hello?
Isn't Perseus the chap who he went to the underworld, if I can remember Greek mythology, and he to rescue his dearly beloved, but he was told on one condition, you must not look back.
Yes.
And he got all the way till the end and he simped right at the end and he fucked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shame.
So that photograph in the background there is from the film.
We can't hear you, Kenny. We can't hear you, Kenny.
Oh, sorry. 1 second. I'm just gonna plug in the microphone. Give me 1 second.
Can I just say something about religion quickly? You were talking about religion.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know quite a bit about religion. I've never been a member of one, but that's probably because I know a lot. But go back to the origin. So, who created religion? Was it man or woman? Men or women?
That's a good question. I think it was a cooperative manual labor, right? It was both of them.
I don't think there were many women involved. Religion was
men. I would say men,
for men to
because religion ended up being in the image of male dominance.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if I were talking about like evolution, like historical organized religion, it's always been patriarchal. Yeah, because the popes and the priests always have to be males, right? You know?
Yeah, but that's organized religion. What about the matriarchal societies?
Oh, you mean like some Native American ones that have
they're quite matriarchal. So then,
exactly. Well,
it's not in the best interest of the males to live in a matriarchal and promulgate a matriarchal society, right? Unless they agree with it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I'm pushing back on the idea that it was man-centered. No, because inside ancient religion, there's something called the mother goddess of Earth, right? You know, Earth was personified as Gaia. The Gaia is so no, I think it was both, honestly. I don't think it was male dominated. I think because there's some cultures that do value the Earth as their literal mother goddess, right? Gaia. And that's found a lot of.
I believe that. I believe in Gaia, but that's not actually a religion, like Christianity or Judaism.
But it's found. But to me, a religion also includes these centralized one as well, which includes a lot of pre-organized ones, like animism is a type of religious manifestation.
When they assign divinity to the actual Earth itself, the trees and that. Yeah.
Exactly.
You guys hear me now?
These are all fringe religions, though. Not many people. Not many people believe in them.
Well, some people still do think. Some people still do think that.
Hey, can I just say?
Well, come back in when you're ready to hear me.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Perseus, go ahead.
Yeah, so that picture in the background is from the movie The Clash of the Titans.
Oh.
And it's when Perseus is holding up the head of Medusa. And the beheading of Medusa symbolizes the triumph of intellect, divine guidance, and masculine order over chaos, irrationality, and dangerous female power.
Wow.
And my t-shirt that I'm wearing here
What is it?
is also Perseus.
in Greek mythology. Holding up the head
Yeah,
of
well,
Medusa.
see, all of this goes.
Queen of the Gorgons. Sorry.
This all goes back to Mesopotamia. They have a story of how was it Marduk? No, maybe it was Marduk slew Tiamat, and Tiamat, of course, the victors get to write the history books. So in the story that was written by the people who conquered Tiamat, Tiamat is a demon, and Tiamat is evil and chthonic and rose from chaos and all this kind of stuff. And this has always been happening. These new religions, I'll say new, are always killing the goddess. They're always killing chaos. They're always killing the mystery. The source of all things, including all demons, and and what is it? Lilith, and also Mary Magdalene, and all these things have to be suppressed and repressed. I read an interesting book. This was actually my main point. I read an interesting book many years ago, and I have to dig it up, called The Goddess in the Alphabet. The Goddess in the Alphabet. And what did the thesis of the book? It was fascinating. Was that what destroyed the goddess spiritual traditions was the word made up of letters. We started drawing in caves 50,000 years ago. Somehow we all did that. That was the beginning of abstractions. Later on, we began writing words about gods and goddesses. And as soon as we started writing words, the goddesses vanished. And it's as if, I'm speculating, it's as if by turning on something in our brains about words, we began to internalize God via words, which we could control. You can't control the goddess. She's chaotic. She's chthonic. She's everything is bad. So when we could control words, and therefore we could control God, and then the people who were writing the words became mouthpieces for God and not the goddess. And somehow words clicked with humans, and we got a God and religions instead of goddesses. I thought that was a fascinating thesis, and it's probably worth exploring.
I think I heard of that before. That thesis that I've heard of that before. That, we erased the female aspect of religion and divinity. Yeah.
But we did it. We did it through words. We did it through words and books and sentences and scrolls.
Yeah, but in today's society, I would argue the opposite. It's more like the worship of the narcissistic feminine energy. I think, Fatima, you were talking about OnlyFans earlier, and I'm only gonna safely presume that majority of the top earners or majority of the most active people on OnlyFans are females, right? I do believe we do live in a very strange age. It's like the worship of the narcissistic, entitled, childish female trope that's very popular in our societies.
I just don't think it's female. I think everyone has a self-inflated ego nowadays. I think everyone has a self-inflated a grandiose narcissism. I don't think it's exclusively female, centered.
Yeah, but most people aren't dangerous with it, are they?
What's that? Women
the
aren't
other thing is
dangerous.
to understand where the energy comes from, this attribution to understanding the chaos, the chaos personality that gets ascribed to women. Wisdom also gets ascribed to female deities more commonly than males. But the thing about it you just have to understand is when these ideas started, it just goes way back. I know we're trying to separate spirituality from religion, but the religions come from spirituality. And all the women, so in biology, one of the reasons we know we don't have free will, for example, in biology, when a group of women, we call it a tribe, get together, they will actually synchronize their menstrual cycles, and it will always be synchronized to the most dominant female's menstrual cycle. This isn't something
okay. But before you go any further, let's do some
Queen
science.
Bee syndrome.
That whole thing was debunked officially, and is no longer supported. Yes.
Oh, I didn't
Look it up
know
on
that.
Wikipedia.
It was objective. I used to believe that as well, and I said the same thing on the show, and then we checked it, and it has been debunked.
I said the same thing on the show, and Chickpea said, bless her heart, Chickpea said, you're all fucked. And so I went and I looked it up, and I came back and says, you're right, Chickpea, we're fucked. And so I know that these are memes and these are scripts that we all follow, but you have to look it up.
No. This comes
Look it up.
this comes from Robert Sapolsky citing studies. That's where I got the information from. Robert Sapolsky
Well, then he's wrong. He's wrong. Look it up.
I believe you, brother. I'm just saying where I got my information was from a guy who's got I think 2 PhDs. One in biology
Fair
and
enough.
one in
And you know who did the original study? You know who did the original study? A woman. And they say that everyone based all their opinions on her work, and that was nice, trying to include the girls. Fine, we never do that. Let's do that now. And then someone else went back and they looked at her methodology, and they're like tiny little sample sizes, and women's periods are like 5 days out of 28. So it's easy for them to look like they're on their period all at the same time, and the methodology was just bad. And they didn't say, okay, nice try, bad methodology. So when they went and looked at larger populations, more double-blind studies, blah, 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 they came up with no correlation. That happens all the time in science, people, all the time.
Well, I appreciate the correction. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and I'm correcting you because Chickpea corrected me, so I'm trying to promulgate the meme of correction.
Kuga, earlier on you said that we should all cease like traditional economic activity, but do you really believe that in the process of doing so that any good can come out of it? Because from what I've seen, how I see the world is we're all sort of indoctrinated on some level to be just basically gross consumers, basically, right?
That's true.
What happens when the consumer industry like collapses? Like, do you really think people are gonna come out of that with some like sort of benign and altruistic and sort of like, oh guys, let's all sacrifice for the greater good? I don't think any. I think it will be. I think it will be akin to releasing. Like those chimps that got fucking. There was a wicked Vice documentary. The scientists used to experiment on these chimps, and they all released them to in this random island in Liberia, off Liberia somewhere. And now it's literally like a kind of like a twisted, realistic Planet of the Apes, except they're not intelligent. They're fucking PTSD apes.
Damn.
And if you go anywhere near the island, they'll fucking rip you apart. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so that's what I think would happen. We'd end up like those chimps. Yeah,
the Liberian island experiment. Yeah, that was a crazy thing that happened.
Yeah, that's what I think would happen to the common consumer. They'd end up like those fucking chimps, just enraged.
They would, because you're so correct. Because we have been conditioned and indoctrinated to like be a fucking just a brainless, mindless consumer for everything and anything, right? For literally anything. Like
even me, like every day I have to try and fight against it, man. Like it's like that it's that meta critical analysis of like, okay, you have a craving for this, but why? You've already eaten, you're satiated. Why do you now want to gorge on something unhealthy? It's because we've been indoctrinated in school, man. Fucking hell, like to be consumers. To literally,
it's not just that. It's not just that. It's we as a society are eating too much sugar and carbohydrates as well, because when carbohydrates goes into your blood, it just becomes sugar, and that causes a sugar crash later on, which gets you addicted to it. That's why to lose weight over the last 2 weeks I've been on the keto diet. I haven't had any carbs or sugar, and I've lost 4 kilos in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, cool.
So we need to watch what we're eating.
Yeah, but consumerism isn't just limited to your diet. It could just be to buying shit that you don't need with money you don't have. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not just food.
No, but rather than just blaming the whole system, we need to take personal responsibility for what we put in our mouths.
Of course, yeah, but like also, but the system doesn't help when it's literally like being shoved in our face every day.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, who really goes into the supermarket and who is so stoic that they walk into the supermarket and they're not overcome by temptation? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, like I think
let's
that's like
be honest.
The human.
Yeah.
And 90% of people who go to the store, they usually are pretty like swayed by like what they see, because what they see is like these like colorful things, these advertisements, right? Advertisements are made to be in your face and bright for a reason. It like catches your attention, right? They're always going to break that.
Some of us can see through that, you know. It's surface.
Some, but not all.
How many people, the answer is nutritional education, right? How many people actually read the ingredients lists of the
Barely
food.
anyone. Barely anyone. Yeah.
No, I disagree because I know a lot of healthy people. I mean, I live a healthy lifestyle, but I still become victim to fucking marketing, my friend. Like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
know, like what my
I think that's
macronutrients and not to exceed my basal metabolic rate, calories, and all the other good stuff. But I still fall prey to fucking to the marketing, man. Come on,
Yeah.
let's be honest, man.
Can you give me an example?
No, wait.
Would it, give you an example? Yeah, I go into the supermarket with a shopping list and I come out with 10 other items that I didn't fucking need.
Yeah, it happens to everyone.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Or it's like I'm driving past and it's like, fuck, nothing's open now, going to McDonald's. Right there and then.
Like 2 a.m.
Yeah, like McDonald's are like this the McDonald's, man, like they're fucking everywhere and anywhere, you know what I mean?
I agree with that.
And I'm not fully blaming McDonald's because obviously I have agency. I'm not saying like I'm some fucking brainwashed automaton, but it's not easy, man, because like Fatima said, like the people who have designed these systems, they're masters of psychology. They know the human beings, your psyche. They know your psyche, man. Come on, don't bullshit yourselves, guys. Come on, man.
We're like cows. We're like the experiments, you know.
Most of it, I'm immune to most of it because I'm very cynical. I've seen through.
That's very good, Ricardo. I wish there was more humans like you.
I mean, I
Ricardo.
can look at that McDonald's is a good example. There's one quite near me, about 10 minutes walk away. I only ever go in there for coffee these days because they do a nice cheap latte.
Yeah, cheap coffee is always good.
I
Yeah,
don't eat any of their meat or anything.
Yeah,
occasionally
When
fries,
I
but
done a
I see-
7-day fast about 8 years, I think it was about 5 years ago. I was working as a Uber Eats bicycle courier delivering food.
Wow.
So it was especially hard going into these restaurants and takeaway places, smelling all the delicious food and seeing all the lovely food and refraining, from eating. It took extra willpower.
Well,
The
that's
smells,
just
it was,
self-control.
it was really
Yeah.
hard. But in
Well-
that 1 week, when I fasted, I just drank water for the whole week. I lost 5 kilos.
Yeah,
What about your muscle, Kenny? You're not in danger of losing muscle mass when you're fasting like this?
When I was fasting.
With the water fasting, yeah.
Yeah.
I did lose. It was about 30, I think around about 20% muscle and 50% fat, and the rest would have been, other 30% would have been water weight that I lost.
Because you need protein.
But they do
protein-
say
protein
muscle
is like
as you get
essential to
over-
humans.
I don't know what age you are, Kenny, but they do say once you get over like
I'm
35
44.
times,
You're
it's harder
40.
to put on muscle, right?
44.
Yeah, because your testosterone starts to
Yeah,
dip.
so if you lose muscle once you're over 35, once you're over 40, it's harder to put it back on. In fact,
it
it
is.
may be possible.
Yeah.
Or you can just
I don't know
jump on the
I don't know the exact statistics, but you lose about 10% on average every 10 years after the age of 35 or 40.
Right.
It's 35.
That's
Or you
if you're not going to the gym, but you
So
can
this is quite
override that by
widely
going to
known.
the gym and building muscle.
and
Look at
also getting
Sylvester
on
Stallone.
get
Look
on-
at Sylvester
get on-
Stallone. He's got as good a body as he had when he was like in his
yeah,
40s.
but come on, man, those guys have been
He's like in
abusing
his
steroids.
70s.
But no, you
That's
can
right, he
also get
does.
you can get TRT as well. You can get it legally prescribed.
steroids too, you
and
know,
when I
and-
say TRT, it doesn't mean juicing like a fucking bodybuilder. You get the right amount of testosterone replacement therapy, and it can keep you quite optimal in the optimal range.
Daniela thought you were in your 30s, Kenny. Just so you know.
Probably because I stopped drinking 15 years ago, so I'll look 30s.
I don't drink
But
alcohol.
a great way to maintain higher testosterone levels is to stop drinking alcohol, actually,
Yeah,
because
that's
on
true.
average,
Yeah.
alcohol lowers your testosterone by 20 to 25%.
Yeah.
And the other way is to lose weight as well, because if all that fat, that visceral fat around your belly,
The
that
beer
also inhibits your testosterone levels.
Beer guts, yeah.
Yeah.
Water weight.
Very true.
You retain more alcohol than water because alcohol is actually heavier. I don't know. Yeah, it's like heavier on like your stomach and your abdomen.
It just eats your body from the inside, doesn't it?
It does. Oh yeah, it does. That's why I hardly drink. Like I only drink
destroys your
whenever I'm
liver,
in
man.
parties.
Your
Yeah, like
liver
I don't.
and kidneys. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't drink.
DNW, I want to ask you the question. What's your answer to this? Is
Are
he
you
still
there?
there?
Oh, which businesses, jobs, and such would I get rid of? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. What's your answer to this?
Yeah, I probably would. I'd be very strict, actually. I'd be tyrannical.
No, of course.
No, I would get rid of all businesses that are proven to serve highly processed, unhealthy foods. All of them.
Yeah, that's
All
a
of
great
them.
start.
I would get rid of. I would probably get rid of gambling machines.
Yeah.
On the high street now, you have a casino, right?
Oh my
No
god,
problem.
yes, please.
What
But
about
I'd
tobacco?
I probably would get rid of tobacco as well.
No.
Oh,
I would. I'd get rid of, I'm
Oh, so
sorry.
we do have a fucking consumer there.
Yeah,
Who
yeah,
just
no,
said
I'd get rid of
no? Who just fucking said no? So we do have a real consumer.
I'd
Ricardo.
probably have a. I'm thinking. I don't know how it would be workable. Now it is problematic, and that is, I think we possibly have too many options in supermarkets.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we do.
I might bring in a licensing system for, like, say that at maximum there can be like 10 different varieties of ketchup.
10.
Not 50 or 60 or 100 or whatever.
Yeah, like 100 varieties of fucking Oreos.
That might prove problematic, actually. That may be, that might be unnecessary, because they do kind of balance each other out with supply and demand.
Yeah, you don't want one company to have a fucking monopoly on
I would
ketchup.
focus on the health aspect of things. Yeah.
Yeah, we want.
I would.
Yeah, health is important for all humans.
I'd probably get rid of PR agents.
Yeah.
And, get rid of PR agents have to go, because they're just there to fucking manage people's reputations and business reputations. Why can't they just do it themselves? We need to cut out the middleman. Let the CEOs, let the fucking general managers speak. We don't need these fucking intermediaries.
How about lawyers? Like the courts?
No. I don't think we could. I don't think there's a need to get rid of lawyers. I think a lot of people. I think lawyers get a bad rep, but the problem is, we know that if people are uneducated or ignorant or mentally impaired, they can be locked up, and
For
if they don't
wrong
have fair
reasons.
representation, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, for
So
wrong
we
reasons.
need
Yeah.
lawyers.
So lawyers are like a necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, what about
Tobacco
like the
industry
three
is the
biggest?
most lethal. It's responsible for 8 million deaths annually.
Yeah. I used to smoke.
around the world.
Did you used to smoke, Kenny?
Funnily enough, I only started smoking when the smoking ban came in.
Oh,
and I
wow.
stopped smoking the same day I stopped drinking.
2007.
Wow.
So I only smoked for about 4
You
years.
started smoking quite late then. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I was about 26 when I started smoking.
So you
and I only
I can
smoked when I
imagine
drank, which was only
I
about twice a
imagine.
week.
Look, I can imagine why you started smoking. You started smoking, Kenny, because they brought in these smoking sections where there are women available to talk to.
That's right.
And smoking was an opportunity to flirt with them. They
Exactly. There was no way. There was no way on this earth I was going to let my mates break the ice with a woman when I'm still sat inside. No chance.
So I knew it. I knew Kenny started smoking for a woman. It was all part of his his sex life.
So DNW, what about the three biggest industries? So number one, military industrial. Number two, pharmaceutical.
I'd get rid of, obviously hypothetical, not going to happen, but
Lockheed Martin.
I'd get rid of the weapons industry. Yeah.
The war machine.
Yeah, that's.
So how would countries maintain their national sovereignty without arms?
This is it. This is where it gets problematic.
Okay.
Hypothetical. Yeah, I agree. It's all very problematic.
Okay, that's true. What about pharmaceutical industry? Because a lot of the shit they do push is unnecessary and it's bullshit.
I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either.
I'm not as skeptical of the pharmaceutical industry as a lot of people are on this show. I think, yeah, I think there are problems with it, but let the buyer beware. Maybe we need to educate people more, perhaps. But yeah, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure.
There are issues with it,
The
though.
prison. What
I'm
about the
about it a bit more.
private prison industry in America?
Oh, that's a big one.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I probably would actually get rid of private companies running things that are
That's
like for
fucking crazy,
profit.
isn't it?
You know,
Imagine-
I think our tax money should be able to cover things like trains, buses, and
Hospitals.
prisons, hospitals, etc.
Yeah.
Without
Yeah.
some middleman nicking a load of it. Like
Oh,
I'd
yeah,
get rid of
I believe in that.
privatization of critical infrastructure.
Totally
Do you think we should keep Alex Rudacabana alive and pay £50,000 a year when this son
Oh
of a
my
bitch
God.
murdered all those kids? What do you
He's
reckon about that?
fucking evil.
Who's that? Sorry.
Alex Rudacabana was that guy. He went and stabbed those kids in the yoga studio. Do you think we should pay? Well, do you think the taxpayer should cumulatively pay 50K to keep him alive in jail when he's a child killer?
3
That's
girls.
the recent one, the Southport one, is it?
Yeah, that dude. Yeah, that piece of shit.
That's a really, really difficult question to answer. Now, as
Give me 5 minutes in the cell with him.
Yeah. Now the problem is, apparently he was mentally ill. He was severely autistic and had other
That's
issues.
an excuse, though. That's not a good
That's
excuse.
bullshit.
I don't know if it is an excuse. Actually, I think that the state failed him. His family failed him. His schooling failed him. I think
His
he was
family failed
obviously.
him.
Yeah, I think so. I think that,
Weren't his family like
I
Christian
read something the other
missionaries?
day where there was clear.
I think the government failed those little girls that were murdered, actually.
That is true as well. No,
I
And
this
his
is
agree
all
with
part-
parents. It was
this is
found
all
in the
part-
report that his parents knew he was a danger, and they
Yeah, he
never blew the whistle on him.
Yeah,
So they
This is
should
what
be
I mean.
deported.
This is what I mean, guys. This is
He
what I
was
mean. It wasn't-
ordering shit off Amazon to his neighbor's house so he wouldn't get tracked. So he clearly wasn't that insane.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it, but yeah.
I think we need a radical. I think we do
Wanted
need a
to
radical
recommend the book.
reform. We need a radical fucking reform of the penal system in the UK, man. Yeah.
Healthy cooking cuts out ultra processed food. It's low carb focused, like a Mediterranean diet, you know?
Yeah.
A great way to beat the system.
Yeah.
The full diet cookbook. You can get it on Amazon.
D&W.
I'm just thinking another business, another industry I'd get rid of would be wealth management companies that hide who owns what. So the likes of BlackRock and Vanguard and these asset managers who like to hide basically who owns what. And I think that's kind of a dodgy kind of territory to allow in society. Don't you agree?
Can I just touch on what Ross said about the justice system real quick? Ross, I'd really like to. I agree with you 100%, brother. That we definitely need to reform the justice system, and emotionally, I would like to agree with you that maybe give a couple of pipe hitting motherfuckers, 5 minutes in a room with one of these twisted pieces of shit. Unfortunately, that's not the direction we should go. The direction we should go is by education, right? That the best deterrent is actually a positive reinforcement for long-term results. If you want to just stop one guy, you go beat the shit out of him or kill him, whatever you want to do, but you're not going to stop other people from doing the same thing, because that is what we used to do with people, right? Punishment for crimes was very horrific. You get burned at the stake, you get hung up, you get crucified, you get tortured, you get thrown into the gladiators arena. I mean, there's all kinds of ways.
That was
your hand chopped off in Muslim countries. You lose a hand for stealing food, and it didn't stop people from stealing the food. The crime rates in these countries are not lower. It turns out that a positive reinforcement, educating people, understanding why people are making the decisions that they're making, understanding that people do not have libertarian free will, figuring out what's causing that, what in the environment that we are all creating is causing people to make these decisions. The other thing I would say is that just because somebody is intelligent enough to order stuff to Amazon to their neighbor's house doesn't mean they actually have empathy, that they actually have a properly functioning brain, a complete system they're working with. Because antisocial personality disorder does not mean somebody's stupid or ignorant, right? It means they don't understand certain things, like they do not have access to emotions, for example. Their limbic system is defunct, or there's many other causes to that.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah,
but
but
when
like,
you say
but
that
like,
there's a correlation between countries with very severe penal codes, not that I champion Saudi Arabia, but if you look at the crimes, obviously, for example, the population size and then the proportion and the ratio comes into question. But it does seem to be that in like the Gulf countries, which are very sort of Islamic, and they go by that Sharia law, which is like if you fuck around, then they'll just take you off the block like capital punishment. It
yeah,
does
they
seem to be less dysfunction and less disorder. Whereas when you look at the sort of uber liberal West, you have all these things like rehabilitation focus programs and this and that and parole and all these things. But when you actually look at it, you just see, especially in Britain, like it's so broken. Like there's guys in jail that are literally they're literally having sex with the female wardens, man. Like it's just out of control, bro. Like I don't know what to say. Like
and
No, I
Raj,
agree with
actually,
you 100%, family. I agree with you 100%. The system we have is broken. Just locking people up, putting them on a timeout, that doesn't fix the problem, right? In fact, it tends to make people better criminals because you lock them up together, and you're not reforming them that way. You're not focusing on education. So I agree with you. That's defunct. But when I looked into these studies, and I admit, and I've already been corrected once today, so maybe this will be the second time I'm saying something that's not correct, and you can definitely correct me if I'm wrong. But when I looked into these studies, the per capita lowest crime rate countries, especially when it comes to violent crimes, crimes that were most atheistic, which includes countries that focus on Buddhism or other atheistic religions, not the Christian countries, not the Muslim countries or Islamic countries. And then you also have to understand that there's a reporting issue, right? What is considered a crime, so on and so forth. So your statistics, I'm not convinced that your statistics are correct. The Middle East is somehow a more peaceful place to live, especially for LGBTQ people. They get thrown off of buildings in certain countries for being gay or trans or whatever. That's not.
I can add on that if I can. Like I think like Singapore is like one of like the lowest crime countries, and that's like a very secular state, right? Singapore, if I remember correctly, that's like a very high tech country, right? And like there's like no crime there. I heard last time because like
Singapore, Thailand, Switzerland, even in Japan. So countries that focus on, like I said, the more atheistic or atheistic religions, because you could have both. You can actually be religious with an atheistic religion. China, absolutely. These are the countries that have the lowest per capita crime rates.
Yes, that's true. But what about I can agree with that, OE. But what about Sweden? Like Sweden has some of the best jails and rehabilitation programs, but their country is fucked by the worst type of migration. Like in places like Malmo, you have like literally just like hellhole dystopians. Do you have these sort of hellhole areas where people are throwing grenades at each other? Like Sweden is, but like Scandinavia is said to be one of the happiest countries in the world. But look at this level of social decay and crime and disorder. It's worse than over here.
Yeah, I think I think France would like, I think in my opinion, like take the cake, right? Paris, because like, yeah, I think I see a lot of things from Paris and like, whoa.
Guys, sorry, my battery's about to die. Yeah, have a great night, everyone. Take care.
Take care, Russ. Thanks for the guys, does anybody want to mention the porn industry in a little bit more detail? I mean, there's been times here and there when I was younger that I was a bit addicted to porn. And it is what it is.
Was your favourite category D&W? Come on.
Oh my
What's my favourite category? Is that what you said?
Yes.
What was your favourite category?
It used to be big busty milfs, if I'm honest.
Oh my lord.
Blonde milfs, you know, like the old, like in their 40s or late 30s with the big, you know what I mean, the long blonde hair and the big boobs. Used to be big ass. I mean that was, milfs. It was a thing, but
mine's was natural tits vintage. I love the vintage porn movies.
Porn. That's really good.
The vocals were more natural. The woman's bodies were more natural. I don't know. It just,
there you go.
The woman
but,
who can afford to pay the plumber.
But then you become like more particular, and maybe you explore more, and you see it's not just about the blondes. There's much to look at in the world of, the ebony babes, the oriental babes, there's beauty everywhere. But anyway, The point is, pornography is problematic. There's no doubt about it, and it's highly addictive. I don't look at it now, by the way, but you know,
Me neither.
I don't know. I don't know whether that's because I've got older though. It could be just because I've got older. Now the point is, for youngsters, it can be a waste of time. They're just literally, you know, there's a reason someone is called a wanker, and it's kind of because you know it's a waste of time, isn't it? It's like you're wanking away your vitality. You are wanking it down the pan, down the drain, into a sock, into a bit of tissue, and you're not using your vitality for good in the world, for furtherance of your abilities and position in life. You're wasting energy.
Correct.
But then that's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it, which I heard, is if you don't crank one out now and again, like if you're not getting laid and like a few times a week, or and if you don't crank it out now and again, you're in danger of getting all manner of horrible degenerative diseases, including cancer. So there you go. There's all manner of ways of looking at everything in moderation.
Yes, that's right.
But the problem with pornography is it's addictive, and it throws the moderation out the window. Now, someone who might be interesting to talk to here is Objective Ethics, because he worked in, I believe, a lap dancing club. It is related to pornography in a way. It's the adult entertainment world. What are your views on pornography, Objective Ethics?
Yeah, I worked in the adult industry for about 4 years or so. I started out working as a bouncer at strip clubs, worked my way up to a bartender, then a general manager. Then I went from there to working with escorts, and I went from there to working in porn. And so I do have firsthand experience in this. And the danger of porn, if we want to be real, the most danger with porn is the human trafficking and what they do to minors and stuff like that. That's the real sick shit that happens in porn.
Yes.
And it is an environment where that stuff does go on. But that's not all porn. You know, the issue with sex addicted kids yanking their chain too much, I don't think porn has anything to do with that, because they have active imaginations. Before there was porn, kids were still yanking their chain. So, and the biology, evolution causes us to be attracted to the opposite sex. We need that. That's why we proliferate, right? So much. That's why we're fucking like rabbits all the time. So you get rid of porn, you're not really changing a whole lot, other than you're protecting kids and you're protecting vulnerable women in particular. So I do think, now I'm not going to kink shame anybody, because I did work in that industry, and there can be healthy avenues for even for married couples to use porn, or single people to use porn. I'm not completely against.
Can I ask what it was that you done when you worked in the porn industry?
What's that?
What did you do when you worked in the porn industry?
I'd rather not get into specific details to just put myself out there like that, because I'm nothing that I was proud of, so I'll tell you that.
Okay, but, so tell me your stage name so I can go and search you up.
He was a doorman at a strip club before.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about, like I said, I've got enough experience there to speak knowingly about it, but I don't want to talk about these real specifics, because I don't
hope you enjoyed yourself while you were doing it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he was a
I'd be
fluffer.
lying if I said I did. But there's two elements to it. So first of all,
he wasn't really
first of all,
does anybody know what a fluffer is?
Yeah.
A fluffer is the person who gets the bloke hard. There's a woman whose job it is to wank him a little bit, just to get him hard enough for the job, to keep him hard, to keep him on point for the scenes. That's what they call a fluffer. You weren't really a fluffer, Objective Ethics, on AJ. Go ahead, sorry.
No, you sticks and stones, brother, sticks and stones. But no, obviously I didn't stay in the industry and progress through from the strip clubs all the way through into porn, because I was having a bad time. But there's a lot of elements. The other danger of it is the drugs and alcohol. Almost all the people involved in porn get hooked up on drugs and alcohol, and it becomes a perpetual cycle. You make really good money, really fast money, but then you're spending all your money because you're hanging around drug dealers all the time, and there's booze around. And so it's just you'd be amazed how many times I've seen a girl blow $500 she just made in the same night. She'll make $500 and spend $500 all in a few hours.
Yeah, and I remember in my wanking days, my wanks were somewhat destroyed when I realized the woman I was wanking off had probably committed suicide, because there's a high prevalence of suicide amongst especially female adult workers, is there not?
Yeah, well, the problem is because the girls and again, I want to be really clear. I'm not shaming anybody who works in that industry, because I have a lot of brothers and sisters in that industry still to this day. And I have a lot of really wonderful people. Some of the most genuine people, actual real genuine people who would give you the shirt off their back, literally, they came from the adult industry, customers and the girls and the guys working in there, because a lot of these people are there because they're broken, right? These girls, most of the girls that I interacted with, that I got to know personally, the significant majority of them had been sexually abused when they were a child. And so it breaks their mind. They have a broken idea of what it means to be attractive and what value they have to offer the world. And this happens to them when they're children.
Yeah.
And so it's really, there's so much that's linked to it that to try and pick one thing out of it, it's impossible. It's just such a web of fuckery. But the issue, though, again, like the weapons thing, like the Roz was talking about, you get rid of the weapons industry. You're not going to stop people from killing each other with axes or sharp sticks or whatever. You got to get rid of the violence. You get rid of the violence and the tribalism. You don't need to worry about the weapons industry. It just goes away. Guns go away, so on and so forth. The same thing with the porn industry. If we teach men and women when they're young what value they have to offer the world and to offer a healthy relationship, right, then you don't have to worry about the adult industry. They're not going there. And if people don't go there, they're not spending money, and it's not free. You think it is on the internet, but your shit's being pirated, your ideas being taken. None of this stuff is free. There's a cost at some point down the road to everybody. So you take away the value of it, and it just goes away on its own.
There you go, guys. Some lived experience there. Thanks for sharing.
There's a porn star called Mercedes Carrera. And I remember I never really watched her videos, but she used to be really active on Twitter when it was called Twitter. And she was always very defensive and promoting of the adult entertainment industry, and tried to portray it as like a good career move for women. Yeah, so people have different experiences of
different strokes for different folks. If there was never a more apt time to say that.
Yeah, absolutely. There certainly are. You can make good money. And I can think of maybe 2 girls out of the hundreds that I worked with just at the strip club alone. 2 girls I could think of specifically who were going to college, and they would do their homework in between sets. Just 2 girls out of hundreds and hundreds of them. The other girls are looking for drugs or hitting up their dealers or doing lap dances, turning tricks on whatever they're doing, but they're not doing their homework. Right? Only 2 women of all the hundreds I met, just at the strip clubs. Forget the escorts and forget the porn industry. So I'm not saying there can't be exceptions to the rule. There are really good people there, and there's absolutely good fucking money to be made. But does that mean it's okay? Does that mean it's a good idea? Does that mean it's healthy? Does that mean we should promote this? No, absolutely not. No, there's so much better ways to make money, for one thing. There's so much better ways to feel good about yourself. There's so much better ways to deal with your trauma than having guys throwing fucking dollar bills at you. So I would say that that is a way, but it's not the optimum way.
What do you think, OE, as an aside, we're moving into it's already started, hasn't it? AI, pornography. There's all manner of weird shit. I mean, there's people jacking off now to fucking anime porn. I can never understand that one. They're literally whacking off to fucking cartoons. Like, what the fuck is that about? But, where do you see the adult industry?
Yeah, that was a real thing.
do you see the adult industry maybe taking a knock because of AI?
Yeah, and I think it's a good thing, because no human beings are being harmed in that. That in my opinion, if people want to jerk off to cartoons or whatever, and I'm not kink shaming them, fine, anime, whatever your thing is, no problem. Big titties, small titties, black, white, yellow, doesn't matter, whatever you're into, because sex is fun. Sex is great. And there's certainly, a good sex life brings a lot to a marriage or a relationship, whether it's 2 men, a man and a woman, 2 women, what the fuck ever it is, doesn't matter. But sex can absolutely.
Yeah. I agree. Look, I'm not kink shaming, but it is weird. I mean, there's these people who into furries and shit. They dress up as dogs and shit, and they're like, what the fuck are they up to?
Diapers. They're wearing diapers. They're wearing diapers or pissing on each other, whatever. People are into some stuff that I'm not into. But again, that's there's just people are just into different stuff. As long as they're not hurting anybody else and it's 2 consenting adults, I really have no problem.
Ricardo, you're very quiet, Ricardo. Are you into that kind of thing?
Oh, no.
I'm joking.
I'm pretty traditional, actually.
Oh,
They call it vanilla these days, don't they? If
vanilla, yeah, vanilla, the basic, yeah.
I'm still pretty wild.
Missionary at 7:30, in bed by 9, right?
No rules, just however I feel.
There you go. Okay. So, Ricardo, any more thoughts on what you'd get rid of in the world of business, the world of commerce?
Yeah, I think most of a lot of it's been covered by Raz Al Ghul, but we mentioned the alcohol industry, which I believe is too big and makes way too much money out of people.
Actually, an interesting point. Would you make drugs? It's not really getting rid of things. Well, it's getting rid of criminal enterprises. Is it time to legalize drugs, perhaps, or is that a step too far?
No, I think I think all drugs should be decriminalized,
deregulated. Yeah,
it's a victimless crime.
No, I wouldn't say deregulate. I think that's insanity. I think you need to regulate them to ensure that they're correctly formulated, not dangerous.
You could still decriminalize drugs, but still make it illegal to drive while under the influence, for example.
Exactly.
So treat it the same way as we treat alcohol.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a rational thing. Yeah, it's rational.
And you could also have age limitations, etc.
Oh yeah, age should definitely be involved in that. Yeah, I don't think anyone.
A license to sell them as well.
Yeah, license. Oh, that's also big.
That would make the drugs more clean and healthy as well.
Exactly.
Because the ingredients that go into them would be more regulated too.
And you could also that, and then people could go to court, bring people to sue companies if they weren't pure, for example, if they weren't.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
And you're putting the drug cartels out of business as well if it's controlled by pharmaceutical industries instead.
Yep,
absolutely. And you will find, bizarrely, the drugs world and the adult entertainment world and pimps and prostitutes, it's intrinsically linked. So in actual fact, you might be, I don't know, freeing up some women from the life of being a sex slave, for example.
A lot of the drug and prostitution trafficking industry in London is controlled by Albanians.
At the moment, but it chops and changes, doesn't it?
It's been consistently Albanians for at least the last 10 years.
Right.
What is it about
Albanians in the UK are also the highest per capita foreign nationality of prisoners.
Right.
I mean, there are statistics to back this up, unfortunately.
What is it about? I just wondered what is it about? Because I've heard this too, Kenny, but what is it about Albania that makes?
It's not necessarily about Albania. It's just that the Albanian gangs are looking at loopholes in some countries as to where they can operate easiest.
We have something in Albania called the blood feuds as well. So there's like these family feuds that just never die, and the country's so corrupt as well. And they didn't have a civil war during the 80s.
Yeah, that's actually part of this. Actually, yeah, you'll always find that sometimes these gangs come up from some other hell. You know that there was a civil war or some war, and then there was a big scrap for power, and there was maybe disenfranchised families that lost power, and they end up getting into criminality and such because they're dissatisfied. But I believe one of the biggest drug dealers in the world is Irish, right? The Kinahans. I think they live in Dubai. Is that right, Kenny? You might know.
It's the Kinahans actually, and they're friends with that fucking arsehole Conor McGregor as well.
Are they? Yeah. Oh dear.
He's not to be trusted to get in power.
Oh dear. Okay, thanks.
Conor McGregor was at one of their wedding.
Was he?
Yep.
Oh dear.
No surprise.
Well, I can't see him ever getting into power, to be honest with you.
No.
I hope not. No. I hope not.
He's a big cokehead, isn't he?
Well,
he loves coke.
Aside from that, he's good for entertainment in the fighting and the hot-headedness but he doesn't come across well in his speeches, at other times, in my opinion.
He's not a good politician at all.
I have to get out of here, but I wanted to say one thing on the way out the door, if I could, gentlemen. And thank you for letting me talk with you guys today. It was such a great conversation all the way around. But just really quick, I was shocked that on this panel, when we had environmentalists like Cougar Doomer and myself, and we have vegans such as DNW for sure, and I think Chickpea and maybe others I'm just unaware of. I don't recall hearing anybody say that they would get rid of factory farming. Now we kind of alluded to it in different ways.
We said that.
Oh, did something?
I was
Oh, okay.
thinking that myself earlier.
I didn't hear it.
At the beginning.
Okay, my fault. Yeah, my fault. Then I would also like to say, DW, just as a personal note, I have actually been making some changes to my diet after looking into some of the stuff. I'm doing some research on the ethics and stuff like that, and with animals and animal behavior and people versus plants and stuff. Very interesting. And while I don't see there's an ethical issue with eating animals, I still haven't come to that yet. I don't think that there's a logical reason we should demarcate animals as opposed to plants if we're going to do that. However, I have been looking at things from an environmental side, and given the amount of pollution and the unethical treatment of animals from factory farming, I've actually stopped eating red meat and pork. So I'm down to just chicken and fish and mostly fruits and vegetables, and feeling quite healthy for it. So it's not, I haven't come all the way to your side, but I think that that's a bit of a concession. I thought you might, because it's really accredited to you and the conversations I've had on this channel. So for what that's worth, your message is resonating to a degree.
You're moving somewhat. So we'll see. We'll keep chipping away. And
fair enough.
As I keep looking up the health aspect of it, you can do a vegan keto diet, which is very healthy as well. I know Kenny does keto. Vegan keto is good as well. So look that up. But yeah, I've done vegan keto before. In fact, I might do it again. I am a big fan of it, actually. It's a good,
I do a lot of it with nutrition. I don't know if you guys have seen my channel. I have shorts. I had terrible medical problems for the last 2 years, up from 48 to 50. I was almost in the hospital most of that time, and I dropped down to about 105, 110 pounds. It was insane. And I've been out of the hospital and recovered from my final surgery for less than a year still. In fact, it's been about 8 months. I've only been released to start working out about maybe 5 months ago. And if you see the shorts on my channel, I'm solid muscle. Already back up to almost 160. And
I think I did see a video of you with where you're well toned, as they say.
Yeah, doing one-handed pull-ups and stuff, like one-arm pull-ups. And so somebody said earlier, after 40-something, you can't put on muscle or it's really hard. No, that's absolutely not true. You just have to know what you're doing and how to do it. And when it comes to losing weight, it ultimately comes down to calories in versus calories out. It's a pretty simple process, when it comes down to it. Calories in versus calories out.
He definitely
and if you want to put on muscle,
you got to hand it to him. I was shocked when you said you were 50, mate. Shocked. My
jaw
I
appreciate
dropped.
that. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, what's crazy is that's after, like I said, that's only a few months after being 110, 105 pounds, just bone and skin because of my medical problems. So I'm pretty excited about the progress I've made, and that's at 51. So if I could do it, overcoming all that, you guys could do it if you're healthy. I mean, there's no excuse. I mean, metabolism, we all have our own metabolism. We got to work with that. But unless you have some kind of an obesity problem, really like some kind of a problem in genetics, then you should be able to reach your fitness goals if you take it seriously. All right, guys, I got to get out of here. Thank you for the great conversation as always.
All right,
Thank
you so much.
Have a good one, man.
Nice one, man.
Pamela says you remind her of some bloke out of Train Spotting, which is possibly apt because it was based on Edinburgh, wasn't it? And you're from Edinburgh, so there you go.
Correct, and the character she's referring to is Bigby, played by Robert Carlyle.
It's a great film. It's a great film.
I was thinking more of Ransom because he sounded a bit like him.
Well, thank you.
And
who was it that played the
more
part
well
of Renton?
spoken than Begbie,
Who played the part of Renton?
What was his name? Very famous guy. He was in Star Wars.
Ewan McGregor.
Ewan McGregor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Irvin Walsh wrote that, didn't he? Welsh.
Yes, I read the book.
Welsh, yes.
I read the original book. Much better.
I read another book of his years ago, maybe it must be 15, 16 years ago, this other book I read. It was quite funny, actually. What was it called?
Acid House.
Acid House, that's it. Yeah, that was it. It's written in the kind of dialect as you're reading it. You end up speaking like a Scot after it,
No. I I never really took drugs, but I really loved the clubbing scene in Edinburgh in the 90s. I've great memories of it. It's just such a great time. Even the student union halls and that as well.
My sister went to Napier's, Napier's University, and she loved it.
I know Napier University, yeah.
Arthur's Seat, I've been up there as well. Looking down.
Love Arthur's Seat.
It's a great place,
It's
Edinburgh.
an
If anybody
extinct
gets a chance
volcano.
to go there, if anybody gets a chance to go to Edinburgh, I recommend it. It's a lovely place.
One of the most beautiful cities in the world.
I'd love to, yeah. It's definitely on my list.
Yeah, that's where
I was there 3 weeks ago.
David Hume was born.
I've been to Glasgow as well,
David
and I was
Hume,
actually I was pleasantly surprised at Glasgow.
Adam
as
Smith.
Yeah, Adam Smith too.
Yeah, that's right. Where was what's his name from? Fleming. Edinburgh as well.
I think he was from
Wow. Yeah.
Alexander Fleming, who invented penicillin.
Yeah.
And telephone.
And
Robert Burns was.
Bell was Scottish as well, right? I think he was from Edinburgh as well. Alexander Bell, was that his name? The telephone inventor.
What about the poet Burns? Robert Burns. Is he from there?
Alexander Fleming was born in Darvel, Scotland.
Must be
Alexander
something-
Graham Bell
which is
was
in
a
East
Scottish.
Ayrshire.
Or something in the water.
Alexander Bell was from Edinburgh as well. The inventor of the telephone.
Oh, really? Nice.
He was
Oh,
born. He was born in Edinburgh.
I thought he was American.
No,
There's so many
he moved
historians
to
that
Canada.
are
He
learned.
moved to Canada. I always
Okay.
knew he was a Scot, but I didn't know.
There were so many historians that I learned that they were from Edinburgh when I was younger, but you kind of forget as you get older. You didn't
then
remember
you got that-
all the names
that-
of the people who are from there.
The
I know
the
Sir
famous
Walter Scott is from Edinburgh. J.K. Rowling.
who?
Sean Connery, the first James Bond.
Yeah.
John Connery.
Great guy.
The famous case of what are their names again? Those guys that used to rob the graves in Edinburgh. There's these two grave robbers.
Kinhair.
Burke and Hare, was it? Yeah, that's a grim story, guys. If you look that up, that's interesting. They used to steal bodies and give them to medical lecturers, basically, to do anatomy lecturers. Wasn't that right? And it's actually
Used to
why
sell them.
they used to sell them to the universities, and that's why
Without the consent of.
that's why we progressed in our anatomical understanding because of them. But they were two
Grave
very
robber
grim
as
dudes.
well.
They used to go around stealing bodies, basically. What
Damn.
happened to them in the end?
Yeah,
There's a good film called Burke and Hare, actually. It was released in 2010. It's so funny.
Yeah,
It's like a comedy thriller about they two, and it's just great.
What happened to both in the end? Do you know?
So was that?
What happened to Burke and Hare in the end? What was the outcome of their life? Did they go to prison or did they get killed or what?
I think they got hanged.
Oh, okay. They might have ended up killing someone, did they? Fresh meat, probably. Maybe, I don't know. Look that up, actually.
I've no
Yeah.
idea.
Another thing to look up. Another interesting rabbit hole to explore.
Yeah.
So many.
Yeah, Hare testified against Burke for immunity. Burke was found guilty and hanged on January 28th, 1829, before a huge crowd.
Wow.
So Hare got away with it for incriminating Burke.
Yeah, you see, they weren't just grave robbers. They started killing people as well, suffocating people.
Oh shit!
That's
Damn.
right, yeah. Aye.
So that's actually why they got done.
Damn.
They murdered at least 16 individuals by suffocation to avoid leaving marks on their bodies. The victims were
Lured,
typically
plied with
lodgers.
drink, and then suffocated to avoid visible injuries. Yeah.
Typicals were typically lodgers or vulnerable individuals they lured to their lodging house. The crimes came to light after the murder of their last victim, Margaret Docherty, in October 1828. Neighbors became suspicious and the police were alerted. Hare turned King's evidence against Burke, providing details of the murders in exchange for. Let me just see.
Read them.
I have to. He probably got leniency or something. Let me just see. It's a very grim story, actually.
I do some stories in Edinburgh going back hundreds of years. You know, they done witch burnings as well.
Yeah.
And they used to drown witches in the Norloch, which is now the railway station, Waverley Station, at the foot of the castle. And if they survived, they'd put the witch, the accused witch, in a barrel, and they'd hammer spikes into the barrel, and then push the barrel with the witch in it down the castle rock. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. So basically,
because
if a woman
they were
was put
deemed
into that
to
situation,
be, if you could survive a drowning, you surely must have been a witch.
yeah, you
If
were
you had
fucked
drowned,
either way.
then that meant you were innocent.
Yeah, you were fucked either way, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Completely fucked either way.
Fucking harsh.
When was the last witch burnt in Scotland? Do you know what, guys? I think we found out the last witch killed in Ireland was like in 1820 or something crazy like that. Remember, we looked it up on this channel. Like it came up in some last witch execution.
Jeanette Horn in 1727 in Scotland, burned at the stake in Dornoch, which is away up the north past Inverness. Jeanette Horn.
There was one in Ireland in 1895, but it wasn't. This doesn't count because it wasn't a formal execution. It was rather a murder, and the accused said he did it because she was a witch. So that doesn't really count. But the last official witch execution in Scotland was when?
1727. Yeah.
Interesting.
She was stripped, covered in tar, paraded through the town in a barrel, and then burned alive.
Wow.
Neighbours in Dornoch accused her and her daughter of consorting with the devil, specifically claiming she turned her daughter into a pony and had shod by Satan.
Jesus Christ, yeah. I'm looking at a list of people killed for witchcraft here on Wikipedia.
Just makes you think people have always been crazy, haven't they? Or some people.
As you say, it was one of the things that if you were accused of it, there was no way out. You were fucked. But guys, I'm looking here and it's still going on. In Burundi, on the 2nd of July 2025, 6 unidentified people were killed at Gasarara Hill, including 2 of them being burned alive. On the 12th of October 2024, Dugulu Perti and his wife, Suku Horo, and their daughter, Daske Perti, were stripped, beaten with sticks, and stabbed to death with sharp weapons for being witches. May they rest in peace. On the 12th of February 2024, an unidentified 85-year-old woman in South Africa was the target of an arson attack because she was accused of being a witch. On the 18th of June 2023, Salani Machudnu was strangled to death for being a witch. Rest in peace. Ahmed Kusani Hassan on the 20th, in September 2020 in Somalia was killed by firing squad in a public execution for witchcraft. And the same thing happened in 2012 in Saudi Arabia to Muri bin Ali al-Asiri, public execution by beheading. And there's a lot, it goes back. So, I mean, the crazy thing is it actually hasn't stopped in the world. It's still going on. Crazy. Wow. Ruth Osborne, murdered by an unruly mob during a trial by ducking, which that was in England. Is she the last one in England? I doubt it.
The old ducking stool. I remember
Yeah.
that. So they basically drowned them, and if they survived, then they killed them anyway.
What brutal. What a brutal.
You still get people being lynched in some African countries accused of being witches. They're very superstitious there.
Yeah.
In some places, you know.
They are. They are. In some places, it has happened. Yeah, and you have had mob murders in India still. You know, it has happened.
Mhm.
That's why we need
Tanzania,
the
Kenya, and
police, in my view.
Nigeria, suspected witches are frequently targeted by vigilante mobs. Common methods include being burned alive, beaten to death, and hacked with machetes.
Well, you know, it might sound horrible, but if someone is practicing witchcraft, it may be that they're endangering local children and women and vulnerable people. Because I remember a few years ago, guys, there was a torso that was washed up on the side of the Thames, and it was like an 11-year-old child, 11-year-old black child, and they do say it had been a victim of witchcraft. I can't remember if anything came from that, if anybody was arrested for it, but they reckon it was that child, unfortunately, had been the victim of some kind of brutal witchcraft ritual. Do you remember that, guys? Did you hear about that?
No, but I mean, there's dark witchcraft, and then there's, you know, like, what do they call it? Like
Chippy remembers it, yeah.
White witches, and I've met loads of white witches, and they're the loveliest people. So there's different kinds.
Have you ever?
You get weekend witches round about Stonehenge and Glasgow.
I was going to ask you, had you ever stuck your wand in a witch, a white witch, Kenny?
I made love with a woman who she was a Wiccan anarcha-feminist and a punk. Yeah.
Okay.
So she was lovely, you know.
Yeah. Did she have her sacred space in her bedroom? I've seen that before. They have these like little sacred spaces, like a little altar where they put their little books and diaries and weird kind of ornaments and shit. That's what these Wiccans do, apparently.
She had like tarot cards and like scented candles, and she used to love collecting.
I've got tarot cards.
Leaves from the local area to make tea, herbal tea.
Okay. You know? You should have settled down with her. She sounded lovely.
So I went back to Barcelona after a while. She was in Edinburgh.
Oh, okay.
Doing art and yeah.
So that ship sailed. Well, look, we have another Scott here. We have a Dreamer of Life. Welcome. Good to see you back. We are talking about businesses, jobs, products, and services that shouldn't exist. Dreamer of Life, have you got any views on this matter?
Hello, everybody. I've just tuned in.
Hello. What part of
So
Scotland
I've
are you
not
from?
quite got the hang with it. Hello, fellow Scottish. Scotland!
Where in Scotland are you from?
I'm from Glasgow.
I'm from Edinburgh.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Are you a Rangers or a Celtic supporter?
She's Celtic.
Oh, God, I don't bother with any of it. Near I don't.
Oh, all right, okay.
Aye.
Fair enough.
You see, given you are a Hearts fan now, the rivalry
Jumbo,
in Edinburgh,
and we're going to win the league.
The rivalry in Edinburgh would be Hibernian and Hearts, right?
Hearts and Hibs.
Yeah. Okay. Dreamer, we're talking about businesses that shouldn't exist. Do you have any views on which jobs, businesses, services, or products shouldn't exist? Like, if they were eradicated, the world would be a better place. Some people have mentioned gambling machines. Others have mentioned cigarettes. Some have mentioned pornography. Could be anything. Do you have any views on things that probably would be better off not existing?
Well, my view is basically everybody living in society should have a home that belongs to them. We shouldn't be living in a society where you have to basically be a slave and can barely afford to live, and you're basically just working to pay your rent and the inflationary prices, and people aren't actually working together to build anything sustainable. For there's going to be no future because everybody's in the rat race. This is how this life here is being constructed to be for everybody. So everybody's operating for their lower nature, sabotage, betrayal, dog eat dog world, and that brings death. And that is what we're witnessing here, or across the world. Like, because it's every man for himself here, and it's quite sad. Like, if you look at the state how things are, you know, like Terence McKenna says, may you be alive at the end of the world. This is the decline of man, what we're witnessing, you know, and it's very sad, you know, to be existing in these times, you know, because it's absolutely unnatural. It's the ultimate betrayal. You know, what has been done to everyone, really, you know, it's anti-human, anti-normal. If you had a place that you belonged, you know, and you were doing something constructive or useful, no, everybody's struggling to survive and everybody being degenerated deliberately by design. The decline in humanity, that's what is happening here, and
Okay,
it is
darling.
sad.
Any way forward in relation to this? I mean, you paint a very bleak picture of what is going on. What's the way
But we know
forward?
that's the truth. If you just look at the state, this is the truth. People, we can pretend it's not, but we know this is very real, and this is the state that we're in. We're in the last days, people. That's what it is.
Well said, Dreamer. Can I
Yeah.
talk to Dreamer, GNW?
Yeah, go ahead. And guys, I already said I love you all getting along tonight. No, we've had our fights in the past. No more fighting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dreamer, you know what? 30 years ago, my whole life was thrown apart by rheumatoid arthritis. You know that horrible, painful disease people can get? It literally just chucks you off the treadmill. But you know, when I look back on the 30 years, it's been a blessing in disguise. That's how bad life is nowadays for the working masses. So I should actually think that. And I had a well-paid job, nice job in the city. But when I look back over 30, my whole life, it's been a blessing. Dreamer.
Hi, Chickpea. It's good to hear from you again. Obviously, we're all here for this experience of life, but if we look at our condition, the human condition, with the state that we're in, it isn't very good, people. You know, it is every man for himself. It is darkness.
Yes.
And if something doesn't, if people don't wake up from the dead, then it's the end. You know, so it's sad, you know, but it's we're all here for this experience of life, like you're saying, we're all here for this, you know.
The
and it's
thing
not
I
all
would
bad,
add
it's
to
not all
that,
doom and gloom.
in spite of what you guys are saying, life expectancy every decade has gotten higher and higher.
Yeah, but what about the quality of life? Though? Quality of life has got generally lower, I think.
I don't know about that, because if you're healthier, surely you could do more, you can move around more, and there's, you know, I mean, that if the life is longer, surely that means they're healthier, right? For the most part.
Not necessarily, GNW, not necessarily. I disagree with you there. I'm not moaning about
I know what you're saying. There may be like 10 years at the end where they're kind of fucked and they're just kind of taking 10 different tablets to stay alive. I get you, but I mean,
it is a paradox. It is a paradox because although life expectancy has consistently gone up, so has rates of obesity, diabetes, cancer, heart disease.
Doctors are just keeping
and that's because of
people
ultra processed
alive longer.
foods and more carbs.
But I think a lot of that is that
and more
because
sugar.
people are afraid to die. You know, people are still afraid of death, and so they keep. You know, they'll just beg the doctors to keep them alive longer. But what is the quality of that life?
You can't. They make us stay alive. They make us. I have asked.
Don't be so sure, Chickpea. Don't be so sure, Chickpea. What's coming down the road may not be like that, and it may be the worst thing you ever wanted.
What, death?
I'm not saying death. I mean medically assisted dying offered by the state. That may be very dangerous in the future.
Well, I don't know. I mean, is it? I mean, like apparently in Switzerland, when you go to Switzerland, what they give you to die with is ketamine. You take just a whole big glass full of ketamine that will kill you off. But what I don't understand is, okay, they can give people 5-hour-long operations using general anesthetic. You don't feel a damn thing. So why can't they just give people a general anesthetic and just decapitate them? Cooey, done. I just don't understand what the problem is. Because as far as I'm concerned, they can cut my head off. They have to anaesthetize me first, obviously, and then they can just feed me to the lions.
Could I not use it as a bowling ball? Could I not use it as a bowling ball? No.
If they want, I don't care.
I'm joking. Oh no! Look, Chippy. Kenny is showing a picture of Perseus with a head of Medusa. There you go.
Yes, but I'm talking about when one is anaesthetized, DNW, not being done once one is awake. I'm just quoting something. They're saying it's so hard to end people's lives. It's very easy with medical, all the medicines they've got and everything. It's simple. I don't understand what the problem is.
Didn't they used to give him pethidine or something?
Yeah, I don't know. Yes, but why can't they just give us a general anaesthetic? I just don't like they do with cats. Have you ever had a cat die in your hands? When you take your cat to be euthanized, the vet just gives them an injection and you can let them die in your arms and you can feel their life leaving their little bodies.
I haven't had a cat in that situation, but I've had a dog. I've been there when a dog is euthanized. It's very sad. Dreamer of Life, you've come on here before. Dreamer of Life, I want to go back to Dreamer of Life because I'm quite shocked. Can
I finish? What I'm saying is, okay,
go ahead, Chippy, then we'll go ahead.
Euthanized, you could feel their heart stop beating and you can feel them just dying. You take them home, everything's perfectly tranquil. They have a very beautiful death, and they do. And why can't humans have that?
Fair enough.
Because we're so much more complicated.
How?
Because we think too much, don't we?
All right, then. Well, why can't if vets can put lions to sleep in the same way as they put pet cats to sleep? We're smaller than lions, so why can't we be put to sleep in the same way as lions are?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the doctors and the medical professionals.
I don't know what's going on there. It's really weird. But then medics,
all those drugs.
I just understand what's going on there. But then, of course, I've learned rather late in life that doctors aren't the most honest people in the world anyway. So I don't know what to say on that subject.
Thank you, Chickpea. Thank you. I want to go back to Dreamer of Life because I'm quite shocked that she's come in here with these vibes. Because last I remember of you, Dreamer of Life, you were very upbeat about life, and you were literally saying it's a dream. People should chill out and enjoy it. It's a ride. This was the type of vibe I got for you. But today you've come in here on a little bit of a Debbie Downer, saying we're kind of all fucked. What's happened? Dreamer of Life, are you there? We can't hear you, Dreamer of Life, if you are talking, but she may be at work because she works nights, I believe.
This is the latest news on the assisted dying bill. The CPS are currently considering 13 suspected cases of assisted dying in England and Wales.
But we should be allowed to choose. I think that is so bad.
Now,
it's a real infringement of human rights.
Is that like, because they say that a lot of kind of terminally ill people die from morphine overdose anyway. So is that what it is? It's like they're looking at people perhaps being overdosed with morphine, which happens on the regular, I heard. In fact, that's how most people die who have terminal illnesses in hospital, I heard. So is that what that's about, perhaps?
Morphine drips.
I'm reading it right now.
Okay.
Because I tell you, Ricardo,
cases were referred for prosecution for homicide or other serious crime, rather than the offence of assisted dying. Such cases of suspected assisted dying are by their very nature complex and sensitive, not least due to tragic events that surround them. Conduct in these cases can range from circumstances where a victim is being pressured to end their life to actions wholly motivated by compassion. Yeah, so it's a very complex issue.
Yeah. Hello, I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dreamer Life. Dreamer Life, did you hear what I asked you?
I did, and I would just like to say there's nothing negative about the message that I bring. It's just to face facts. It's like the fall of man, the state that we live in, it isn't ideal. We're in a crisis. The whole world is really, because we're so disconnected. We're turning into less than human, you know, android robots, living in the most unnatural way. We are basically slaves, people. Like, and that is the truth. We've been so
It
removed.
says something similar along the lines to that book, D&W, The Dose Effect. You know, people being addicted to social media and are constantly in their phones. That's one
So
of
it
the big
basically
problems of
said that
society.
book basically says the same message. We're in deep trouble.
Yeah.
Deep trouble.
Well, it says that mental health, particularly in kids, is a crisis point, and MPs are actually discussing banning social media for under 16s.
Hmm.
They're seriously thinking about it.
Not a bad idea.
Right.
Yeah. Because of how addictive it is, and
I
the
can
effects
understand
on
why.
our
I can
dopamine
understand
levels
why.
and our mental health, our
Yeah.
productivity, our well-being. You know.
I mean, I would have been completely addicted to it if I was brought up with it as a child and a teenager. You know, I didn't really start. We had the internet in my secondary school, but I think the first time I used it at home, my mum and dad wouldn't get a computer, and the first time I used it at home was when I was 17, and I immediately went on the porno sites.
You naughty man.
And my dad said to me, he said, I came in home one day, he goes, I need to talk to you. And I was like, what do you mean? And he goes, do you have friends in the Solomon Islands? And I was like, no, what are you on about? And then he goes, well, there was a few calls to the Solomon Islands, and I rang up the telephone company to ask them what this was about because they were very expensive. And then they explained to me that it was this instant access pornography. You know, back in the day, right? You youngsters might not know this, but if you went on the internet back in the day, they used to show you like a porno scene that was suggestive. So you'd see like the first few minutes where the woman started getting a bit hot and bothered, and she'd go to take off her top. And then if you wanted to watch more, you had to click a button that said instant access. And what happened is it dialed a number that was extremely expensive, and you got to watch the rest of the video. Do you remember that, Kenny?
Right.
Crazy.
It rings. If you'll excuse the pun here, it rings a bell.
But my poor parents got like a hefty bill at one point, yeah, because I was on a website that was called AsianPussyForFree.net, and unfortunately, it wasn't free. It was very
I used to
expensive.
like watching the softcore French films like Emmanuel.
Right, yeah, I never got into those. I never saw those, but I did meet a porn actress who had been in
Kind of classy in a way, you know.
I met a porn actress who had been in some of those movies. They were actually scripted, and they looked like kind of carry-on films in a way, didn't they? They looked like there was a real kind of filmography to them. You know, there was something to them, and they had a little story. But at the end of the
We're
day,
more focused on eroticism rather than like the carry-on films are focused on comedy.
Yeah. So exactly,
comedy with tits.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. But now they just slap out their iPhone and put it on a little stick, and off they go. You know, where's the sense of occasion? Where's the build up?
The build up. Yeah.
It's all too easy.
The anticipation.
It's all too easy. It's all too easily done. You know, maybe. Chickpea, by the way, guys, has admitted she worked in an area of Germany where there was a lot going on. Isn't that right, Chickpea, back in the day?
Yeah, when I was back in 1977, I was 22 at the time, or 21 at the time. I worked in Potsdam as a barmaid in the red light district. What happened was I just took off to Berlin because I lost my job in West Germany, so I took off to Berlin. I just took the first job I could lay my hands on, and it was as a barmaid in the red light district. And but in those days, it wasn't. I'm just a barmaid, okay? Because I go purely for looks. I don't care how much money a man has got; he has to be good looking for me. And yes, I saw it all. I worked in Potsdam.
And what did you think of these because you would have met sex addicts, you know, men's tongues hanging out, gagging for it, looking for it, uncontrollable, dying for a shag.
Well, you know, yeah, we used to get a lot of foreign sailors in, a lot of foreign squaddies, you know, Brits and Americans and Russians and French.
Yeah. That's where Elvis was stationed when he was in the American Army, was in Germany.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
1958 to 1960. They've got
Wow.
a statue of him in Germany.
Oh wow.
1950 to 1960, 10 years.
No, 1958 to 1960. 2
Okay,
years.
yeah. 2 years, right.
Like I was saying in Potsdam, yeah, and it was just the red light district, but everybody knew I wasn't involved by the way I was dressed. I was wearing, jeans and t-shirt, and it was, yeah, I was just a barmaid, and I got treated as such. I was a barmaid, and it was I saw it all, yeah, and they had some pretty heavy duty videos up sometimes. But in those days, back in the 70s, porn wasn't as heavy duty as I believe it is now. Because I've heard it has.
I mean, in some ways, everything has gone online.
Me what?
Everything has gone online. I mean, before my time, in the 80s and 90s and 70s, there would have been like titty bars everywhere,
So Elvis.
Looking guy.
Elvis.
That photograph was taken of Elvis in Germany in 1959.
Oh wow, good looking guy.
He was.
He was getting presented with a birthday cake in that photograph. It was taken on his birthday.
Wow. I lived in Germany in the 60s, so I was an army brat. So yeah. But it was fun working in Potsdam, and I enjoyed it. I had a good time, and it was fun to do, and I wouldn't have liked it for a lifetime, but it was okay when you're in your early 20s and you're a bit of a wild child. It was fun.
But yeah, well, what I'm saying is, though, it's interesting to see how the world of adult
why don't you
has...
think like that?
Oh, careful.
I go purely for looks. I go purely for looks.
It's very shallow.
What I'm saying is, back before
What?
the internet, there would have been chickpea. Before the internet, there were titty bars everywhere, were there not?
DW's talking to Ricardo.
I know you were. I'm trying to get a point out, though, that nobody has heard yet. And I'm talking about the disappearance of titty bars. I was watching a documentary before, back in like the 80s, 90s, 70s, nearly every local boozer in the UK used to have like a special hour or maybe two a week where some bird used to come in and walk around with her tits out, and they'd all she'd carry around like a cigar tin, and they'd all put whatever in it, give her a donation.
Sounds like happy hour to me.
Yeah. I mean, that all disappeared. Why did it disappear? Probably because of the internet.
Ricardo, I'm not. Ooh, DW.
Go ahead.
I'm not shallow, Ricardo, but I don't care about money. I was not looking for a husband. I've got everything I need for myself, so I just go purely on looks.
Fair enough. Well, what about personality, though? I mean, come on.
Well, I'm not planning on staying with him for the rest of my life, so it doesn't matter. As long as he was a vegan and blonde, that's all I wanted.
So lifestyle is important.
She likes her blonde stick men. She likes a very slim kind of man. Well, not necessarily a stick man. You like a kind of Clint Eastwood kind of bloke, isn't it?
No, I like David Bowie. You know that, DW. Oh, okay. I like that type. But Ricardo, I was, I was just having a good time. Yeah. But I wasn't doing it. No, I'm afraid of a man. No, I'm not talking about this anymore. Now it's enough.
Okay, fair enough. Bit of decorum.
But the Potsdam was great fun. You should go there for holiday. It was great fun. I really had a nice time there for 18 months.
I've never been to Berlin. It sounds fun.
Gorgeous city. It was a lovely city. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, in those days as well, it was divided into 4 sectors that had the American, British, French, and Russian sector, and the place was overrun with soldiers carrying guns and everything, and it was like sort of a strange thing. And if you want to go on the tube, you go on the tube in West Berlin, travel a couple of stops, and you get to East Berlin. And if you want to get off the train, you had to show your passport to a little man carrying a gun. And it was such a funny time to be alive. It was a very exciting time. But the Potsdam was mostly just squaddies, foreign squaddies, looking for fun. It wasn't all sex, actually. It was actually good fun. It was.
Fair enough. Guys, I think we'll call it a night now. We will say goodbye for now until next time. I'll go around if anyone wants to give any closing remarks.
Some breaking news.
Go ahead, Kenny. Give us the breaking news then.
Donald Trump has posted a second AI-generated photo with Jesus days after his blasphemous post depicting himself as Christ.
Another
he
one.
retweeted, "The radical left lunatics might not like this, but I think this is quite nice," and retweeted this. A picture of him being hugged by Jesus.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Ooh,
He's
that's
really
not
winding
nice.
everybody up.
Arrogance.
What does the tweet say? Did he have any words that accompanied it?
Yeah, he said, "The radical lunatic left might not like this, but I think it's quite nice."
There you go. There you go. Okay, well, look, Ricardo, do you want to give the closing remarks for yourself for this show?
Yeah, just thanks for having me on. I've really enjoyed it. I'll try and come on more. And
Yeah, do, Ricardo, because I like you being here.
I like most of you guys as well.
here.
So it's a good channel.
Yeah. Well, share it around, Ricardo. Bring some new people here because we definitely need new voices, you know.
I will do.
Yeah. Kenny, do you want to give your closing remarks for today, sir?
I'd just like to say thank you, and thank you to everyone as well. And I'd like to finish with a book recommendation. It's really great if you love philosophy. I'm a big fan of Stoicism. It's called The Daily Stoic, 366 Meditations on Wisdom, Perseverance, and the Art of Living by Ryan Holiday. Featuring new translations of Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius.
Nice.
Great book.
The Daily Stoic, Ryan Holiday, and
Yes,
Stephen Hanselman.
Screenshot it.
Thank you for that, Kenny. Appreciate it.
welcome.
We will go to Fatima next. Fatima, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yeah, thank you once again, DNW, for hosting the show. Always a great opportunity to talk and spread ideas and perspectives. And yes, thank you.
Thank you. And as I said, share it. Thanks, Kenny, for sharing. Kenny does share the stream, guys, on his Twitter, which I appreciate. I wish everyone else would do the same because we do need new voices. He tried to coax somebody else onto the show recently, so that was nice to see. Pirates of the what? Sorry.
Carnifs.
Oh yeah, but like Pirates of the Caribbean, Pirates of Hermes. Yeah, I get it.
Kenny, I'm confused. I thought you were a fan of Trump.
He is.
Oh, right. Okay, fair enough.
Pristine Sun, do you want to give your final words for this show? If she's still there. She's muted.
Pristine.
Okay, no problem. She's probably sleeping or something. Chickpea, down to you then. The final words for this show.
Thank you for having me this evening. I mean, having me here this evening. Because I know you twist the words round. It's been a lovely time. And you know, I love listening to you talk. You know that. That's why I come here, folks. I like to listen to DW talk. I love that.
Well, you see, it wouldn't be the Fighting Gnosis show without Chickpea or without any of you here. It is what it is. It's an onward journey together, even though we're coming from different directions and different perspectives. Thanks, guys, to every one of you who joined. You made it a wonderful show. Appreciate you all. I'm going to press end.
I'd also like to add, mark my words, Hearts will be Scottish Premiership champions at the end of the season. Come on, the Jumbos.
There you go. There you go. Miracles happen, and it apparently is happening this year. A long time coming. A long time since the last one. Good luck to them. Okay, guys, take care, everybody.